All right, good morning, everybody. Quickly run through some things that are shaking and moving this morning. So obviously we all know now, by now, or at least I hope you know, Tesla making a huge move on the daily chart, gapping up to $429 pretty much in 3 trading sessions, breaking out to the upside, doing a wonderful 3-bar surge on the back of Elon Musk buying some shares, roughly $1 billion worth. So Elon Musk making a purchase in the company shows and adds extra confidence in the longer term value. That being said, $1 billion to Elon Musk is really a drop in the bucket, but obviously it's providing a lot of extra fuel or nitrous, I should say, to this Tesla chart, testing 428. Biggest regret of my life was dumping my $400 calls early, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. All right, so there's quite a bit to discuss here. You clearly are seeing some capital rotation. There's individual names that are performing much, much better in the grand scheme of things. We'll keep these moving averages on. But Tesla gapping up to the high side. I do have a short level on it. Hard to chase long at this point, but again, there's a strong chance that Tesla could even push higher today. I would look for pullbacks to be bought instead of just chasing it right off of the open. But Tesla could squeeze to this gap fill today, which would put it to 454. That's kind of the upside measured move that I think Tesla would likely stall at. You also have yet again another high flyer, HSDT, the newest and baddest Solana Treasury. Oh my goodness. Popping up over 500% at the high. Right now it has come in a little bit, but still up a couple 100%. Ah, just like it's nothing. But HSDT reporting that it's now going to be holding Solana as a bit of a Solana treasury play. Quite interesting. You're continuously seeing a lot of these dumpster fire companies that are trying to save their stocks off of nothing but hype and speculation, trying to pile back into the um, the crypto play. I mean, even with this pop, you can just see how severely depressed this chart is. So just understand it's likely going to get faded just like a lot of the other plays. But the question is there a tradable long level with this pop? There could potentially be. I would like to see. I mean, it's so hard when it's put gaps up 500%. But if it were to hold here, let's just see roughly where we could trade it at. Depending on where it opens, I'll have to see where a live target would be, but I'm thinking about an $18 level. We could potentially have a scalp long on that name. NVO getting a little bit of an approval from the EU. So that one actually is looking constructive, guys. Very, very constructive for a bit of a long trade here. It's looking pretty good. It is looking pretty good. Just see what else we have moving here. Another day where Western Digital is pushing to the high side, WDC. Yet again, gapping up to new highs, getting very lofty. Same thing with Micron, another name, trying to push to the high side yet again. You do have Nvidia right now under quite a bit of pressure. So that is certainly a name that we will likely watch. BMNR today revealed that it has about 10.77 billion in crypto holdings. You did get some action from Jim Cramer as well. Jim Cramer says he does not like Open. Go figure, Open is up a few percentage points. Jim Cramer does not like Shopify. How's Shopify doing? Slightly positive. Jim Cramer does not like Wolf, WLF. That one's slightly done, but Jim Cramer does like Hub, HUBB, which is slightly green. Obviously, we'll see if Hub wants to come in based off of the Kramer kiss of death. We will see if that still lives true. Continue to scroll through here, just looking at some recent news. POTUS on Social saying, too late, must cut interest rates now, and bigger than he had in mind, housing will soar. So President Trump yet again advocating for more interest rate cuts, which obviously are going to be happening this week. Markets are pricing in a massive 25 basis point cuts, maybe a potential 50. Small glimmer of hope. Let's look at some of the commodities here. So uranium trying to push to the upside, starting the week off on a positive note. Crude oil gapping up this morning, up about 1%, starting off the week on a positive note. Natural gas today was slightly green, but now it's coming in. Just teetering right now, sandwiched between the 7 and 20. It's kind of a no touch for me. You're holding this 1 year moving average. That's your green moving average here. So obviously that is holding a little bit of technical structure in the near term. A little bit of mixed price action across your mega cap tech. So before we touch base on tech, we'll look at gold though and silver. So gold's still holding remarkably well, 36.44, climbing back to the positive side. Silver still holding remarkably well. This is beyond my short level, and then some, but we'll just have to see. Maybe it wants to wait until that FOMC meeting. Typically, commodities like gold and silver have a really strong chance at reversing on the back of important events, economic events like the FOMC on Wednesday. So maybe they want to keep it elevated in a flight to safety, but it'll be interesting to see if that's when gold and silver put in a little bit of a cycle top, or at least a near-term top. But gold's still acting very well. All right, so we do have mixed price action across your mega cap tech names. Obviously, Tesla's sucking liquidity. That's up 8%. Meta right now is down slightly in the pre-market, down by 0.5. Google continuing to soar and roar up, trading at new highs on the session. Apple soaring and roaring, that's up 1.28%. Mr. Softy giving back a lot of those gains that it had at the end of the week, still inside of this wide range red bar, down 0.77%. Nvidia right now also down slightly on in the pre-market, down by 0.7, kind of gapping below this little bit of 3-day consolidation zone. Amazon showing some strength today because of consumer discretionaries XLY. In our sector analysis, XLY was looking like one of the strongest sectors, it's certainly underperforming the broad market, and now you're seeing Tesla acting super duper well. S&P 500 stronger than the Qs. IWM stronger than the S&P, so IWM is holding relative strength today. Very cool to see. Bitcoin and crypto, after having a strong close to Friday, have kind of digested some of those gains. I still think crypto is in an interesting spot here, backtesting your 7-day moving average and your 50. Typically, this bullish crossover likely holds and yields more upside. Kind of the same vicinity that we're going through as this previous little zone here, where you got that bullish cross of the 7 and 50 over here. Went through a little bit of choppy price action, and then obviously Bitcoin exploded higher. So we'll see if we can replicate that move in crypto. Ethereum also back testing its 7-day. This is a little bit of an aggressive buy zone. You don't really want to lose this impulse green candle, but even if you do, you still have the 20 and 50 that would kind of give you still that little bit of a potential bullish consolidation structure. The big level I'm watching on Ethereum is this wide range green bar candle. That's truly the big level. Any sort of a daily close below that, which is 42.15, that kind of signifies a bit of an exit out of your crypto longs. Oh, so disappointing SMR. I paper handed that. That's just filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. Filthy. All right, today we do have Broadcom under a little bit of pressure, seeing a little bit more selling. Let's look at Oracle. Oracle's gapping up quite nicely. Let's look at some of these other significant sellers that have insider selling. Cloudflare NET saw quite a bit of insider selling. Again, that CEO last week sold all of his shares. That is pretty important to recognize. I'm very tempted to shorting Cloudflare, but looking for a little bit of a retrace off of this weekly reversal signal. See what else we got going on here. Today we do have yet again strength in BABA. BABA gapping up to new highs. So this actually becomes a favorable short idea, day trade short today for myself. So I will be watching Alibaba for some fading price action. Yet again, one of the main reasons you have China strong. Look at that Dixie, guys. Looking to do a bit of a liquidity sweep of this low pivot. I don't think we'll sweep this low pivot today. Maybe it happens on Fed, but obviously the Dixie is coming into a major little reversal candle. You have this major pivot here as well as an upsloping trend line, but very, very weak on the session for the US dollar this morning, starting the week getting sold into, which is helping China equities also move to the upside here. Interesting. Very cool. All right, LAZR right now is trying to gap up slightly. Good morning, Sarfraz. Hope everyone had a wonderful, wonderful weekend. So LAZR pushing to the upside here, looking like it's wants to hit that $2 level, so looking fairly strong in my opinion. Let's just keep scrolling through here. You're seeing a nice bid today in eVTOL stocks. So Archer Aviation's looks like a high flyer, guys. So Archer Aviation's kind of breaking out of a falling wedge pattern. If I close all of these key moving averages and show you what I'm observing here. So a beautiful falling wedge pattern is breaking out on Archer Aviations, whether you use it from there. Good morning, curveballs. Happy Monday it is. Happy Monday it is. So you can see the falling wedge pattern that Archer is breaking out of. That's looking quite strong in the near term. Obviously, we do have some long exposure to Archer. We'll see if that one can push up a little bit more into squeeze zone territory. I think as long as we if we get above this EMA 113, I think that's when you can see Archer at least squeeze to this gap fill 967. That's where I think it could go today, just off of sheer momentum. But Archer Aviation's looking like it wants to potentially move a little bit higher here. You can see your simple retrace, guys, is 949. And again, I've touched base on this statistically. Whenever you break out of a falling wedge pattern where a stock is in a larger uptrend, basically you're more than likely to get a retest of that 382 fib. So I would say between 75 to 80% of the time, break out a falling wedge pattern, stocks in an uptrend, you still get that retrace of that 1030 area. So Archer is looking like a bit of a long continuation. Joby right now saw that high volume reversal, but gapping up also in sympathy on ACHR. Curveballs is looking at WLDS. Wilds. Yeah, gapping down. Um, you'll be looking for an entry today. So right away I can see that gap fill. I would let it overshoot that gap just a little bit. Let's just see where we can potentially find some support. So if you overshoot that gap to this 50% 786 level, that pierces that psychological $8 number, sweeps the liquidity in the gap, and then you hit that little bit of a fib retrace. So that's not looking too bad on that name. Let's see if there's any sort of other areas. Let's throw back on our moving averages. Let's look at that 4-hour chart. Go back to the regular trading session. Daily. Still super extended. Interesting. Yeah, I would let it go down to that 788. That's your previous little consolidation zone. But good to know you'll be looking for an entry. That's very good to know. All right, let's see what else is shaking and moving here. Go back. Just looking at any other headlines that are worth mentioning here, guys. So we've looked at some of the upgrades, downgrades. Hyperscale data launches 100 million Bitcoin treasury. So GPUS announced on Monday that it's launching a 100 million Bitcoin treasury strategy as part of its artificial. So another treasury strategy, guys. Oh my goodness. So you have two stocks today announcing treasury crypto treasuries. This one's a Bitcoin treasury, and then that HSDS is a Solana treasury. So look at that pump, right? GPUS. Crazy, crazy, absolutely filthy moves on these treasury plays. I mean, if you had every company announce it, that would be absolutely crazy. But yet again, another treasury play. It seems the market absolutely loves that. Indeed it does. Indeed it does. All right, let me see what else we got shaking and moving. Let's update that. All right, so New Fortress Energy, NFE. Let's look at that. That one's been extremely decimated on your daily, weekly time frames. Had quite a bit of volume here. Last several candles was declining volume. It is getting a pop today, up a little bit. MP Materials seeing some nice buy side pressure right off of its 50-day moving average, back testing a key support level. Looks like you could probably at least head to the $71 gap. That one's actually not a bad chart. Looking like it wants to, if you get any sort of a back test on MP Materials today, that is considered a long entry. I do think that we can look for that. Let me see what else is our top gainers right now. CYBR, CyberArk Software Limited. CYBR, whoops, CYBR, CyberArk Software. Gapping up quite nicely right now. Market cap is about 24.97 billion, pushing to new highs. Interesting. Where does this one want to go? Let's just see where this trend line connects us. Yeah, so we probably have more upside left in the tank based off of that trend line. A little bit of near-term resistance there. Interesting. So this one probably wants to give us another all-time high sweep. Let's look at Fix Comfort Systems USA, rocking a 27.3 billion market cap, still trading near the all-time highs. Very, very strong. Very strong. Any sort of a negative divergence. PE, very extended PE for sure. Getting quite lofty up in this vicinity. FIX. What's the volume? Oh, it's pretty light volume on this name, so I can't really do too much. ASML, seeing some liquidity flowing today. Gapping up, trying to break out of a bit of a basing formation. ASML looks really, really good, guys. I think that this chart is setting up for a bit of a long continuation that's quite a bit more depressed. And you do have a lot of momentum on your daily and weekly chart. Trying to firm up here, you can see a large weekly inverse head and shoulders is triggering. So ASML is looking pretty decent from my opinion. A little expensive on the common share side, so I know it's not really a retail stock, but quality company looking like it's poised to recapture that $1,000 level. Let's look at CrowdStrike today. A little bit of news on CRWD, CrowdStrike. A little bit of news. Not too much there. Hmm. Strike, I still think needs to retest that earnings low, so kind of going to stay away from it. Let's look at TTD. TTD still coming in, still weak down here. So close to buying this name. Ton of support down here, but I think it wants to sweep these lows. At least this one. At least that one. But getting very close. Very, very close indeed. See some of our losers on the session. So you are having a financial here under pressure. FAS, First American Corporation. What did I see here? Was down sharply. Is that the right ticker? I guess they've rebounded it. Well, I'm getting some lower prints. It's down about 21%, but TradingView is just not showing it yet. Interesting. ADI, that's down a little bit in the session, backtesting its 50-day moving average. I would consider a long scalp on ADI today. Let's just see. Okay, so you're going to come into that trend line. We'll let it sweep that trend line. Let's just look for a previous little support zone. So you're back in that high pivot. Interesting. Your 50% lies around 237-ish. Let's look at the weekly chart. Coming into your 7-week moving average. I would consider a long. Yeah, it needs to go a little bit lower. A little bit lower, and I would consider it. See if that name wants to get down there. TXN also under a little bit of pressure. So mixed price action across your semiconductors. TXN you can see is gapping down, triggering a little bit of a head and shoulders formation here, guys. So again, another name that has been going through quite a bit of choppy price action, but you can see there's a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern that is triggering. And I mean, if this plays out, you're talking about a move back down to these lows. So this one's certainly under pressure this morning. I'm not too sure if there's news on it, but crazy mover to the downside. TXN Instruments, blah, blah, blah. Analog devices stock falls. China inquiry targets U.S. chip makers. Okay, so a little bit of a China inquiry. Sympathies. Chinese Ministry of Commerce announced over the weekend that it initiated an anti-dumping investigation on imports of relevant analog integrated circuits IC chips originating in the US. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so there is news on that little bit of a complex. So NXPI on. Cool. One stock I really like today, guys, or over the long term, is this EXEL. Strong fundamentals, strong technical chart, backtesting a previous breakout zone here on volume, backtesting your 200 moving average on the daily chart, breaking out of what appeared to be a little bit of bearish consolidation, gapping up today. This one is a long continuation. I bought a few stocks last night, BBAI, Marvell, Starbucks, and SMCI. Let's look at BBAI. Yeah, so I still like BBAI as well. It's taken a little bit longer to get a move off of this support zone, but I think BBAI also has a strong likelihood of pressing back to the upside. You're trying to break out of this downsloping trend line, but I do hold some long exposure in BBAI as well. I like it into the end of the year. Marvell, I absolutely got crushed on Marvell on this gap down, but I still hold some long exposure as well. But it needs to do quite a bit of work to get back up. But I do like Marvell also for the long term. Starbucks, I am personally still holding long Starbucks. I had a starter position. It tried breaking out. I'm down right now on my common shares, but again, the fact that there's really no time decay on that, I'm okay just holding Starbucks as a bit of a long-term trade myself, so I do like Starbucks. And SMCI is another one that I do hold long exposure as well. So very, very similar stocks that you just bought. Um, Again, I like SMCI well above 50 bucks. I like it to even work itself back to this gap fill. You're kind of just holding right above this point of control volume zone. And as long as it remains above that, we should get a press to 52. And the way that SMCI can move, especially since you're seeing SMCI today stronger in the pre-market while certain other semiconductors are down, you have names like ON, you have names like ASML, TSM, TXN. Those names are pretty big companies that could flow. That liquidity could flow right back into SMCI. So believe it or not, SMCI today is actually a bit of a long day trade. All right, SMCI is looking very, very good for a high pressure squeeze to the upside. So I like SMCI on the long side myself. That's a top watch on mine. Kind of the two trades that I'm thinking of doing for day trades today. I'm not too sure if I'm going to trade the indices because you're getting a lot of mixed price action. But SMCI for a day trade long today looks very, very good. And I think BABA for a short today is the other one. So we're looking at one long, one short this morning. All right. All right. Let me just see what the backdrop of SOX is. SOXX. Again, the price action's mixed. You are gapping down slightly on SOXX. A little bit of a nasty bearish candle close on the weekend, even though it closed positive. That's not a really good daily chart candle. You did close the week though off on a positive note, making yet again a little bit of a new weekly high there. But we'll watch SOXX entirely. All right, any other news headlines hitting the tape? CoreWeave. What's CoreWeave saying? CoreWeave, under the terms of agreement, in instances where the company data center capacity is not fully utilized by its own customers, NVIDIA is obligated to purchase the residual unsold capacity through April 13th, 2032. That's positive news for CoreWeave. Let's take a look. Yeah, look at CoreWeave, guys. So a nice headline hitting the tape for CoreWeave. I will post it in the free trading group here, but a very positive headline for CoreWeave. That one is gapping up to the high side on the back of that news with Nvidia kind of defending its price action. So very, very good news for CoreWeave there. I'll put this little bit of a headline in the group here. CRWV, positive news with Nvidia. So basically, the news headline is backstopping CoreWeave. So Nvidia's backstopping CoreWeave, in essence, is the short way to sum it up. Okay, so very positive side. You entered wilds already? Nice. Let's look at that again. WLDS. So you entered around this. Okay. Some pre-market action. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Let's put an alert there for me. Something else that I'm seeing. There were a few upgrades and downgrades across the board. Hershey today got a nice little buy. HSY. ETN got a little bit of an upgrade today. Buy signal ETN. GE Vernova getting a little bit of a buy. Price target 740. Quadruple C4 Therapeutics actually looking like a positive chart, guys. C4 Therapeutics, again, a little bit of a highly speculative. Nice. You bought CoreWeave? Beautiful. It's actually looking like a bit of a bullish chart here. Consolidation looking quite nice. Getting an upgrade today by Sudan Loganathan, the Stevens Group. Basically, price target of $6, but daily chart not looking too bad. EPRT, another little bit of an upgrade. This morning, gapping up just a little bit. You can see that EPRT is backtesting its 1-year moving average. That's your green MA over here. Getting an upgrade today. CubeSmart, ticker CUBE, also getting an upgrade today. Price target $48. So it's a buy to 48. So that fund is saying. Chart pattern again, trying to break out of a little bit of a staging formation, a basing formation. ARE, Alexander Equities, also getting an upgrade today. Price target 104 by Evercore ISI. UNP, Union Pacific, getting a bit of an upgrade and buy today. CNX also getting another upgrade and buy today, gapping up slightly, trying to break out of this little bit of a basing formation. Good risk to reward. And then VLY is your final upgrade today, also gapping up to new highs. In terms of downgrades, there are a couple downgrades. Some of the usual suspects are on here. Beyond Meat, anyone that's vegan and wants to try to trade this double bottom, uh, I'll pray for you. SPG getting a bit of a downgrade today. Simon Property Group. FRT, that's Federal Realty, getting a little bit of a downgrade today. Under Armour, UA, getting a little bit of a downgrade today. Getting close, Under Armour, getting very close for a bit of a buy program in my opinion. Talos Energy, ticker TALO, a little bit of a downgrade today, downgraded to, I guess it's just a hold. It was downgraded, but the price target is still $11. Chart pattern is not looking too bad on this TALO. What I like about this is you had this initial move up, rejection off your daily 200 moving average, consolidation, rejection again, pushing you back lower. Now you've broken out above that daily 200 moving average, building a bull flag. Guys, this TALO is not looking bad. Let's just see. I don't know much about the company. 1.68 billion market cap. 2.5 million average 30-day volume. Okay. You have had a recent declining pullback on light volume. This one's actually on watch for a bit of a high speculation long. Talos Energy, oil and gas production. I wonder if they're tied more to gas or oil, but wow. Chart pattern's not looking too bad here for TALO. I don't really have much exposure in the energy space right now, but trying to break out of this little bit of an area. I'm going to keep this one on watch for myself, guys. All right, HR, Healthcare Realty, also getting a little bit of a downgrade today. That's pretty much that. Let me just see if there's any other headlines. Wedbush maintains outperformance on Palo Alto, price target 225. So Pan W getting a little bit of an outperformance recommendation. Charles Schwab client assets advanced 2% month over month, 50% year over year. Okay, interesting. Four stocks to watch on the Monday session. So Nvidia stocks fell 1.2% in the pre-market trade after China ruled that the firm violated antitrust laws in its 2020 acquisition of Mellanox Technologies, escalating tensions with Washington amid delicate trade talks. The regulator noted that certain conditions imposed when China initially approved the deal were not met, though it did not provide details on the alleged breaches. So Nvidia getting hit this morning on the back of a little bit of an antitrust suit from 2020. Alaska Airs, let's look at ALK. So ALK is falling a little bit in the pre-market here. The company provided a guidance update. The carrier said it expects Q3 adjusted earnings per share to be at the low end of its previously guided range of $1 to $1.40 versus the consensus expectation of $1.35. The reduced expectations were driven primarily by elevated fuel costs and operational challenges during the summer, which have pressured unit costs. Okay, so Alaska Air, guys, This is a short, basically revising their guidance back down to the low end of the range, 35%, 35 cents below their EPS high range. So, sorry, 35% is below Wall Street's consensus. That's very bearish in the near term. So, a revision of guidance down likely gives us a short trade on this ticker. Let me just find where we can at least look to press the stock to. I like downward revisions on guidance. You can see the initial drop on ALK, which occurred, took us all the way down to this area. So there's likely a chance that we could get a retest of this initial downward move. So guidance revision. So that's actually looking pretty decent. That is a bit of a short setup on the back of a guiding down their EPS estimate. So we could potentially skin another 1.9% off of that vicinity. Yeah, we could. So I did have a question regarding the CHIPS laws, the antitrust suits against some of the semiconductors. Obviously, it can pull the market down. You got to always be careful when Nvidia is showing some distribution signals. But that being said, you still have such strength from Tesla, Google, Apple, and Amazon. They're all very, very positive on the session, so they can still push here. You sold CoreWeave already? Did that keep squeezing? Yeah, look at CoreWeave. So again, this is a long continuation today, guys. CoreWeave, basically there's news on CoreWeave, very positive news on CoreWeave regarding the fact that their business is now being backstopped by NVIDIA until 2032. So not saying that they're not going to have pullbacks, but CoreWeave is a long setup, guys. So that's looking pretty decent in my opinion. I like it. I like it a lot. But nice job there, curveballs. You were quick in and out off of that news. Um, you're a very aggressive trader. I like it. I like it a lot. So again, CoreWeave acting well. Let me grab some more coffee, guys, and then again we'll settle in as the market is set to open here in about 15 minutes. Okay, 15 minutes till showtime. All right. You made 700 by scalping core weave. Amazing, amazing job. I like it. Yeah, I'm definitely looking at jumping on core weave today myself. But I'm gonna wait for the market to open here. But great job, nicely done, trading it extremely well. But I suspect CoreWeave's probably gonna sweep this high pivot today. It's very positive news on CoreWeave. So chart pattern not looking too bad here for a technical long setup. Let me just finally see if there's any other news worth mentioning, and then we'll settle in. I'll open up a couple dual charts here. Not too much. Wedbush reiterates Tesla's outperformance, target 500 for Tesla. Very strong upgrade there. Um, Beautiful. Really seeing anything else worth mentioning? So, 9 minutes till the open. I'm going to flip to dual charts here. Again, CoreWeave is a big watch of mine. Yeah, that's also what I observe on WLDS. The spread is much larger, so it makes it a little bit trickier to trade. You got to be careful with your entries. Supreme Leader saying HITA looking interesting. Let's take a peek for you in a second. So SPY, you can see after it had a pretty hard sell-off on Friday, bang, right back to the high side. Friggin' filthy beast. Absolutely filthy. This market yet again pushing to new highs, surpassing my rather large upside target. That's a new one. All right, HITI for Supreme Leader here. Let's look at HITI. High tide. Yeah, that's a very strong bullish chart. That's a good observation, actually. That one's set for a definite sweep of the highs. Looking quite bullish in my opinion. I like it a lot. Yeah, I do like it a lot, actually. That's looking very good, actually. Good find there. Chart pattern looks very good. Yeah, I mean, just simply a measure, just simply this is a bull flag pattern. I mean, you're looking at well over $4 before you probably get some serious selling. There's a mini inverse head and shoulders. That's the pattern that I would use for your calculation. Basically that little neckline there, your target just off of this little mini pattern takes you to about 380. So that could complete today, but looking very good for sure. So my two watches today, I'm gonna look at BABA and CoreWeave. So I'm gonna keep open, guys. Obviously, I'm watching quite a few other screens here. Curveball's saying Fly has been bitten down to a daily RSI. Let's look at FLY. Is that the right ticker? FLY. This one. Which is it, the Firefly Aerospace or is it Fly E Group? Because this aerospace one I'm seeing down to daily RSI of 12. Interesting. Might be this FLYE. Yeah, that's not that one either. Some of the decent stocks with daily RSI below 29, CMG, SEC, TTD, CNM. Let's look at CNM. Yeah, this one's oversold for sure. Looks like it can go a little bit more. Chipotle Mexican Grill's obviously been absolutely pummeled. I do like CMG, definitely. I do like CMG, STZ as well, Constellation Brands. I do like that one as well. TTD, yeah, TTD is getting close for a technical long. Still just being patient with that name, but getting very, very close. SMPS. SMPS obviously had that really, really hard fall, big bounce, a little bit of reversal, chopping around. I would like to see it come a little bit lower, retest that low before I'd consider it, but firming up off of the lows. All right, so you do have the Dixie trying to firm up off of support as well. You can see the dollar hitting that upsloping trend line. Still negative on the session, but catching a little bit of liquidity off of this little low here. So we'll continue to watch the S&P. The S&P 500 likely is going to get faded off of the open, guys. So gapping up yet again into new all-time highs. It's probably going to get faded up here off of the open. I would have to imagine there's going to be some profit taking. So just keep your wits about you with that trade because it's still a little bit extended intraday off of that gap up. And it would not surprise me to see SPY lose a little bit of this profit and come in just a little bit. All right, so SPY, we'll look at BABA. We'll keep BABA open here. So I'll see something with Alibaba. Let's just throw up this retrace on BABA. So blasting through that 382, interesting. Very interesting. So even a SPY at the a short off the open looks a little bit interesting in my opinion. All right, so going into this again, Tesla's still strong. Meta turned green. Google up nicely. Apple up nicely. Microsoft's firmed up. Nvidia still down 1.2. Amazon's absolutely ripped this morning. So you're still seeing some absolute strength in the market from your mega cap tech minus Nvidia today. So we'll see. Let's just see where this wants to trade. Bit here. It is open, guys. Market is open. A little bit of profit taking. Nope, SPY still holding steady. 650, almost going for 660 on SPY. SPY is almost going for 660. Pretty impressive. Here we go. SPY still holding unrelenting strength. Alibaba is still acting well. CoreWeave starting to come in just a little bit. S&P 500 going for new highs. 660 on SPY. CoreWeave's now coming in. Back testing your prior day. Alibaba is still holding technical structure up here. Okay, so I did enter a couple day trades there to the live trading group. I repeat, I entered a couple day trades, live trading group. Yeah, figures up nicely, 5%. We also have our LAZR performing quite nicely. I'm looking at exiting the remainder of those. CoreWeave starting to come in. It's getting into an interesting buy zone here for CoreWeave. There is an interesting area here. Come on, look at Laser go, guys. Come on, Laser. Pump it. Pump it, pump it, pump it. Micron coming in, Ethereum trying to push, Neo's up 7, Joby still doing well, IonQ up 3, Rivian up 1, Tesla's getting a little bit of a pullback but still up 6.6. Nvidia's getting sold into right now, guys. Micron getting sold into. Let's look at that S&P 500. That's still near the highs of the session. Seeing a little bit of distribution at this region. Our LAZR calls are nicely in the money. Come on. Let's look at BABA again. BABA is starting to come in off of the highs. S&P coming in. Still coming in. Alibaba's still coming in. SPY just holding steady here. Let's look at CoreWeave. Big pump on open. Western Digital still moving. Opens up 12. Google's ripping today. That's up almost 3% on the tape. Nvidia's still down 1.5. Archer Aviation still looking quite well here. Tempted to get long CoreWeave, but just being patient with it. Hive, that's up nicely, 12.86% and ripping. HSDT still up 181. Tesla trying to get another move to the upside. S&P 500 still acting well. CoreWeave coming in here. BABA coming in. Micron's got some top wicks. Nice decline today on SATS. Beautiful decline there. SBET under a little bit of pressure this morning. S&P 500 still acting phenomenally well. So again, it shows you this SATS, guys, down 3.63%, and you had some key insiders sell. The director and chief netted sold basically the majority of their positions. Quite crazy, right? S&P 500 still holding bullish structure remarkably well. So you have your S&P 500 coming in just a little bit. Western Digital has a really big reversal wick starting to form, gapping up and sweeping that liquidity. Ethereum still has some top wicks. Sarfer's planning on buying some VIX. Nice. I think that works out well. Yeah, you're seeing quite a bit of distribution, guys, hitting this tape. Quite a bit. Let's look at CoreWeave again. CoreWeave still trying to maintain structure above that opening high. See if it can hold steady. S&P still maintaining structure, guys. You have Alibaba starting to come in just a little bit here, guys. Baba seeing a nice decline off of the open. S&P 500 still holding structure, acting very, very well. Good morning, JP. Hope you're doing well. S&P 500 still going for new highs here. Remarkably strong price action, guys. CoreWeave getting a nice bounce. Ethereum's coming in. Figures up nicely, still 7.3%. Crazy. You're up 2% on Fly, 1% on Starbucks. Nice job. Beautiful. Yep. You should feel safe to hold those. Baba's still seeing a little bit of resistance here. Ethereum selling off a little bit. Archer's getting faded. Grab is down a couple percent. Nvidia is still down 1.3. Tesla, you can see, is still selling off a little bit. It's green now. Yep, S&P holding steady here. Very strong price action in the S&P. Very strong. Open seeing a little bit of selling. Google's ripping still up 3.7. Remarkable price action. Nvidia's now firming up. Micron still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Ethereum down a couple percent. Might dump Marvell for a small loss. Yeah, Marvell's just inside of this choppy range. It's at the low end of the range, so I would personally, only if it got a close below this little bit of a low here, that's technically when the dump is. So it's still maintaining structure above that prior day. You do have unbelievable strength though in Google today. What a monster. Snapchat seeing some liquidity today. Meta seeing a little bit of liquidity. Quite crazy. Ethereum still chopping around. Alibaba giving up the majority of its gains so far, guys. So far, S&P 500 still holding up remarkably well. Let's look at Tessie. Tessie is still trying to hold at the highs here, but coming in just a little bit. Anonymous saying as a fib retrace on SPY from April low 480 not yet hit 662 where the 236 is. Interesting. Very cool. Thank you for that observation. I appreciate that very much. I do. All right, your Dixie still softening just a little bit. Nvidia still down 1.1. Grab is still down a little bit. BBAI slightly green. BMNR under pressure. Oracle up, yeah, 4.8. CoreWeave, big bounce on CoreWeave. Damn, I missed my entry on that name, but a solid bounce. S&P 500 is starting to come in just a little bit here, guys. Just a little bit. Again, we will see if they want to take this market down a little bit, but it's another gap up into all-time highs. You should know how I feel about those. But gap up into all-time high typically results in a high statistical probability of a sell-off. Think you're going long Lulu? Okay, nice, yep. Lulu's green on the session, showing a little bit of strength today. We've got Broadcom down. Look at this LAZR, guys. I closed my call options on LAZR, but those $2 calls absolutely printed, but I'm all out of my LAZR calls. A little bit of LiDAR sympathy in trading with sympathy here with Tesla, but what a monster profit there, closing up over 100%. And I sold early. I just wanted to get out because the spread was so stretched, but LAZR, I'm all out of those call options. But nice little gain there. All right, we're still seeing Tesla coming in just a little bit. And again, members, I did enter a couple day trades in the live trading chat. All right. Come on, SPY. Drop it down. Drop it down. So Tesla coming in, looking at Alibaba, that's also coming in from the highs, guys. Dixie yet hasn't even started to rebound yet. CoreWeave still remarkably strong here on the tape. Their business is getting backstopped by Nvidia. If you didn't read the news, it's a very positive headline for CoreWeave. I think dips on this name can be bought. Let's look at Lulu. Yeah, Lulu's still extremely oversold here. You got Tesla coming in still just a little bit. Still have unrelenting strength in Google up 3%, Meta up 0.8, Tesla 5.27, Microsoft slightly green, Nvidia lagging the market, that's down 1.2, Amazon down 1. What was that other ticker I was looking at? Now I forgot it. There's just so many that I covered. Oh yeah, Alaska Airlines, a massive downgrade on revision. Look at the dump on ALK, right back down to that guidance revision. This one's going to get absolutely pummeled today, guys. If the market comes in, ALK is probably going to sweep this 20-day. I could see it going right back down to about 60.30. You have a little bit of a micro gap fill where I think it could actually head down to, but an earnings revision or a guidance revision down on their EPS is pretty filthy in my opinion. All right, so let's see what else we got going. Tesla still Neo strong. Grab trying to catch a bid. HSDT, that's one of your newer Solana treasury plays, guys. That's still trying to pump to the high side. Well off of its pre-market highs, but acting very, very well. What else we got going on here? Open is still shaking and moving this morning. That's seeing quite a big bid to the upside. Google's obviously a behemoth that is pumping to the upside. Nvidia still has some top wick distribution. You got AMD right now also seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. WDC still acting quite well on the session. FIGR, one of your newer IPOs, that's still acting very, very well on the session itself. Trying to break out of an intraday bull flag pattern. We'll see if that comes to fruition or not. Wow. Let's look at CoreWeave again. Yeah, CoreWeave wants to squeeze here. Man, I should have taken that OR open long. That was crazy. All right, let's flip back to Baba. Baba's still trying to soften up just a little bit here. Let's keep our eye on Tesla. Since Tesla is a leader today, guys, we need to be watching that. Because if that starts to come in, we'll likely see a little bit more liquidity coming out of this market. Still have Nvidia acting well. Nice reversal today on ONDS. That's also coming in off of the highs. We'll see if that one wants to give up some of its recent gains. Very extended beyond belief. Netflix is still negative. Eli Lilly's negative. Tesla getting a little heavier here, guys. Tessie is getting heavier. Gotta watch that. Starting to come in. Starting to come in. Nvidia trying to stabilize and bounce here. Western Digital still trying to stabilize and bounce. Looking at Tesla, getting a bit heavier. S&P 500 still consolidating here at the highs, looking for a 10-minute higher candle close. Tesla's softening up just a bit. Nvidia getting some top wick distribution. We are seeing that come in just a little bit. Wow, what an absolute squeezer, guys, in LAZR. Absolute squeezer. Crazy, crazy. $2 calls printed. Come on, Tessie. What are you doing up here? Elon Musk. Let's see if Elon Musk can hold this stock up. A Billy buy. Holding up Tesla for the time being. BMNR is slightly negative. SoFi is green. Archer's green. Hive is green. Big Bear AI green. HSDT trying to push. Ticker Wolf. That's up 13.95% on the tape. That's also acting quite well. S&P 500 still maintaining structure at the highs here. Tesla's still coming in just a little bit. Micron still pushing up nicely. Nuclear stocks, SMR has seen a little bit of sell side pressure. Octa's green. TTD up. Let's look at trade desk. Yeah, so trade desk is so oversold. Wow, nice intraday reversal off of those lows. Yeah, very strong move on TTD. That's a phenomenal move off of the lows. Very strong move. Let's look at SMCI here. SMCI came down initially. Looks like it could come down a little bit more. Let's look at Adobe. Since it reported earnings, Adobe's trying to build a little bit of a base. Let's look at ACN. I know Thermo Fisher, some other healthcare stocks had some news. UNH. Yeah, UNH coming in a little bit. CNC also probably coming in. Yep, CNC coming in just a little bit off of the highs. BBAI trying to squeeze just a little bit here. BBAI's chart's not looking too bad here, I think. Not looking too bad. Ethereum still holding up. Marvell turning negative. Copper stocks are mixed. Starbucks still up nicely, 1.28%. Nat Gas strong on the session. That's up 1.16. Tesla still showing a little bit of distribution here. Big Bear AI looks like a bit of a squeezer here. Still have small caps up 0.35%, but your QQQ is leading the charge right now to the upside. So your NASDAQ tech heavy sector is continuously pushing here. SPY now well above 660 and ripping here to the upside, pushing for 661. Western Digital up 5%. Remember our, wow, crazy. Up 10% on your favorite stock, HOTF. Nice job there. Let's look at that name. Yep, HOTF, strong mover. Very strong push here in the S&P 500. Very strong push so far. HOTF absolutely ripping. All right, so SPY up 0.46, QQQ up 0.6, IWM lagging a little bit. Amazon still green, Nvidia is still negative, but trying to firm up off the lows. Microsoft just barely green. Apple's faded from the highs, but still positive. Google's faded from the highs, but still up 2.93. Tesla up 5.75. Dixie trying to catch a little bit of a bid off of the highs here. We are still seeing this market trying to hold steady with the back of mega cap tech acting quite well. You are seeing a little bit of distribution under the hood in certain stocks and sectors. Oracle's still acting well. BABA's still up 1.3%, but pulling in from the highs. Nvidia is trying to break out of its little opening range, but still seeing some top wick distribution. We'll see if they want to try to take Nvidia back to the green side or if they want to keep selling into it. Bitcoin slightly negative. Your 2-year yield down 1%. 10-year yield down 0.7. Crude oil ripping. Natural gas ripping. So energy is very strong on the session, guys. JP Morgan's acting very well. Your semiconductors are still positive on the tape. Big bounce there on Tesla. Let's flip back to CoreWeave again. CoreWeave starting to show some distribution. Again, CoreWeave is a buy right back down to that 117.50 range. I think CoreWeave looks fairly interesting from my opinion. Bob is trying to catch a bit of a bid now. Your US dollar is trying to catch also a little bit of a bid off of the lows. That could apply a little bit of pressure to the S&P 500. You got to watch that closely. IWM bouncing off of some intraday 4-hour hourly chart support. Let's see what's going on there. Let's look at Apple Dapple. Apple's getting sharply faded from the highs. You can see Google still remarkably strong at the highs of the session. Micron still doing well. Western Digital still friggin' strong, up 5% on the session. Remarkable price action. Intel, that's up 4%. Nice, you've already scalped CoreWeave twice. Excellent stuff, excellent stuff. SoFi's doing well. Big Bear AI still doing well. Archer, that's up 5.7, looking to push. Google still up 1. Open is up 12. Bob up 1.84. Oracle shaking and moving. S&P 500 gunning for new highs here. Very strong continuation. Push in the overall equity market. Again, this week we do have the big FOMC meeting on Wednesday. CoreWeave coming in hot. Coming in hot. Let's look at Marvell again. That's getting a nice rebound. Let's look at Archer Aviation. That's still looking to press a little bit. It's SATS. That's still weak on the session. ALK, Alaska. I'm looking at a short on this ALK. Could be ready. Could be ready. Getting close. It's getting very, very close. Wow, I can't believe how strong this Western Digital is. Let's look at WBD. WBD had a stellar week last week, looking to push a little bit more. Wow, crazy mover as well. Absolutely crazy mover on WBD. Ram saying 5 mile run and walk. I do not feel really thirsty after that. Why? Not too sure. Maybe you had quite a bit to drink already. Maybe you're hydrated enough. Maybe you have enough liquids in your body already. Don't know if you've eaten much today. Generally, when you eat a little bit more, you become a little bit more thirsty. I know for every 1 gram of carbs that you eat, typically your body wants 3 grams of water. All right, SPY coming in just a touch here. Still above that OR high. Look at VST, guys. Strong mover on VST. Big boy. Pumping. Let's look at SE. I like the decline in SE coming in. Come on down. Let's look at CoreWeave again. Yeah, CoreWeave still looks like it's acting quite well here. S&P 500 still pushing. Nvidia now has some top wick distribution starting. Tesla still hanging in there. Oracle's still doing quite well. Wow, that LAZR is up 14.3%, guys. SBET down, MicroStrategy down. Crypto stocks not getting much love after that strong Friday close, getting sold into. Tesla still off of its highs, but up 5.5%. Open is up 10. Nvidia down 1.15. S&P 500 still a beast right now. Still surging to the upside, acting extremely well. Nvidia is still soft here. What else we got? Archer still trying to push. RR, that's acting quite well today. That's had a big push to the upside. RR is squeezing here. Interesting. So a nice decline on SATS so far. That's coming right back in. Big bounce, but being met with more sell side pressure. Again, I still think this SATS is coming right back down to that gap fill. You've had huge insider selling. Typically that denotes more sell side pressure. Yeah, the market's super duper strong right now, but we'll see if they want to sell into it. Again, it's a gap up into all-time highs. Typically you do see sell side pressure, but obviously it's acting very, very well right now. Got a lot of strength in your tech stocks again. NASDAQ stocks, Tesla, Google. Let's look at the sectors here. So in terms of your sector performance, the majority of the market's green. Go figure, a day where you have crude oil and nat gas, strong XLE is still negative. So a lot of manipulation in XLE, guys. But materials XLB is down 0.31. Communications is performing quite well. That's up 1.19. Energy negative. Financials, industrial, tech are all green. Staples are negative. Real estate utilities are green. Healthcare negative. Consumer discretionary strong today. Retail also doing quite well. Your Dow Jones transports, they're also positive on the tape. Google still pushing up 3.8%. Monster. Open is starting to come in just a little bit with the market. So you can see Open's seeing a little bit of sell side pressure and distribution. Micron still holding up quite well, but this Google chart, phenomenal. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. And this laser, I mean, wow. Look at that laser. That was a nice aggressive options trade, guys. Falling wedge pattern breakout. Strong mover. Strong, strong mover. All right, SPY is starting to come in just a little bit. PayPal doing well today. BBAI still acting quite well. S&P 500 starting to get a little bit heavier at the highs here. BBAI still looks constructive. Let's look at CoreWeave again. CoreWeave starting to come back into that aggressive buy zone, but now you have the market acting a little bit heavier here. Again, I highly suggest you keep your eye on Google. Retail stocks are acting quite well. American Eagle trying to push up a couple percent right now. Let's look at VFC. That's getting sold into. Let's look at Victoria's Secret. That's actually acting well. How's Nike doing today? Coming in just a touch here. SMCI. That's still just chopping around in no man's land. So believe it or not, even though all eyes are on Tesla, Google is really the focus here for the market, holding up communication phenomenally well. Open getting slightly faded here. S&P coming in now. Ramsey cannot look inside Victoria's Secret Commons. It's her secret. I know. I know. I love that store. I love that store. It's one of my favorite stores. All right, you've had some nuclear stocks get slightly faded here. SMR, let's look at Oklo here. Oklo is still acting quite well. Wow, Oklo is actually potentially a fade here. Uranium's still just a beast though. Tough name to fade here. Wow. A little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. Let's look at this SATS again, guys. That's starting to come in. We are writing those put options as a swing trade. Kind of lackluster performance. I'm a little bit disappointed in how SBET has performed off of this crypto sell-off along with MicroStrategy. MicroStrategy right back down, acting quite poorly. Google still ripping as the S&P is selling off here. So Google is just a beast here, squeezing to the upside. Western Digital still at the highs, but coming in just a little bit. WBD, wow, new highs for Warner Brothers Digital Media. That is phenomenal. What an absolute monster, guys. S&P 500 still acting well. Let's look at CoreWeave again. Nvidia is starting to get a little bit heavier here as the Dixie's pushing, guys. Tesla's still up 5.8. CoreWeave getting slightly heavier here. Micron's getting some top wick distribution. Google still up 4.5. You took profit on BBAI. Excellent. Excellent job. Nice job. Yeah, BABA coming in a little bit more as the Dixie's starting to soften here. BABA could go negative today, guys. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if BABA wants to go negative. CoreWeave is getting heavy here. Tesla still holding up quite well. Lululemon up 1. Open still up 8.3, but off of the highs. Okta's having a nice day, so that's up 1.4%. Snapchat still shaking and moving. Intel performing quite well. Come on down, Baba. JP Morgan retesting a breakout. Yeah, that's a hard sell on JP Morgan right off the highs. Nasty little top wick. Actually, JP Morgan's a bit of a swing short up here. You can use this top wick as your stop loss, but that is an extended chart on JP Morgan. Looking pretty interesting. But you do have a leader like Micron, guys. Micron's starting to get a little bit heavier here. Tesla's still absolutely ripping to the upside. Pushing. Looks like Tesla wants that high of day sweep. Google can't stop, won't stop. Just an absolute monster. Wow. Let's look at Wolf. Wolf is still acting well. Let's look at this Wolf. TeraWolf, that's coming in. HS, what is that other ticker? That HSDT. Solana Treasury. Yeah, Solana Treasury getting faded as well. Just a touch here. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So back to Baba. Come on down, Baba. S&P 500 still holding above 660 like a champ. Like a champ. Big sell candle on Nvidia, guys. Nvidia looks like it wants to back down to the lows. Big sell side pressure on Nvidia. That is coming in hard. Down 1.5, sorry, 1.5% almost. Almost 1.5%. Crazy, nasty sell side pressure. SoundHound now making it onto the high volume list. Ticker SOUN, breaking out to the high side, looking like a bit of a squeezer, but this is happening right as the market is going through a bit of sell side liquidity pressure. Soundhound triggering this hourly chart inverse head and shoulders, not looking too bad. CoreWeave getting heavy on the back of Nvidia, just absolutely knifing. S&P 500 just absolutely knifing here, guys. Come on down, market. Give us a bit of backing and filling. Come on down, SPY. S&P still hanging in. There's an aggressive buy on CoreWeave off of that prior day high, but I don't know, Nvidia is just so heavy right now that it's really coming in. Our BMNR, yeah, BMNR also trying to break that opening range low, looking troublesome for BMNR. That's starting to get heavy here. BABA still hanging in there. Micron still seeing some top wick distribution. WBD, guys, also looking a little bit extended here. How's open doing? Nvidia still down 1.6. How is Google not on the high volume list? That is crazy. It's up 4.5% on Google and it's not even on the high volume list. That is just nasty. S&P 500 getting heavier here, guys. Again, so Google still remaining remarkably elevated here. I mean, what a freaking candle on Google. That is just crazy. So it seems that Google is being chased as they're now dumping Nvidia. So maybe Google becomes the bread and butter stock of the market in the next little market cycle. But Nvidia absolutely getting smashed right now. You have Micron. Let's see what Micron, that's coming in quite sharply. AMD still looking pretty heavy here. Broadcom AVGO, that's acting quite well. Let's see SMCI. That's still acting well. Let's see CoreWeave again. I'm interested in CoreWeave. Wow, look at that bounce off of that opening range. They're defending it with sheer force. Tesla still holding near the highs of the session, guys. Tessie still acting super duper well. Nvidia trying to catch a little bit of bottom wick distribution down here. They're trying to buy it back up just a little bit. Snapchat is still seeing some volume down here, up 2.79%. S&P 500 still trying to hold structure here. Still looking heavy. Tesla still trying to move. Really, the market's only going to come in once Google starts to give up some of these gains. Google's still holding up remarkably well. What a beast, though, on Google. That is filthy. Tesla's still trying to push above 422. Nvidia going for potentially that low of day. Almost green on Marvell. Nice. Kept it after listening. Beautiful. I'm glad I could help out. But yeah, Marvell defending those higher lows here. Still inside of a bullish consolidation range. Defended that OR low just above PDL. I would put stops in place because again, semis are weak right now. And the market is definitely extended up here, but nice job that you're making money on that. I like to hear that. Tesla has a little bit of top wick distribution. Again, Google is a leader today, so the market can remain firm. Nice continuation decline on SATS, guys. We're still riding those $70 puts that we entered last week. And again, what's so fascinating is how can the director and chief legal officer sell all of their shares pretty much at the near high of this chart? Just absolutely filthy manipulation. Rams printing on SPY puts, nice job. Looking at WBD, this one is very extended. Could see a bit of reversal back down. S&P 500 still phenomenally strong here. Phenomenally strong. CoreWeave being defended quite nicely. Warner Brothers still up 1.9. Laser still up 14. Oracle, big bounce on Nvidia there, guys. Really solid bounce on Nvidia. Google still trying to trend here into a bit of an aggressive day trade short zone. If you're wanting to fade Google up here, puts will probably print. It's getting a little bit stretched intraday. Actually, not a little bit. It's quite stretched intraday. But it is one of the stronger stocks, right? Snapchat still pumping to the high side. Pump it, Snapchat, pump it. Starbucks doing quite well today. That's up a couple percent on the session. Apple faded from the highs, but still positive. Bitcoin down 0.5%. Nat gas still ripping. Let's look at natural gas because there might be a short setup via KOLD today. Consolidating quite well above your pre-market high. Backtesting your 7-day. It is an aggressive short area on natural gas, but I'll wait a little bit. I'll be patient with it. You took profits on Starbucks. Nice job. Nice job. Good stuff. All right, Nvidia is still down 1.5%, but bouncing nicely off of the lows. Fig and Fly below VWAP. Let's look at Fig. FIG, yeah, getting faded here a little bit. FLY, yep. Also backtesting its opening range low. We'll see how that one wants to shape up. Bob is still trying to push. Tesla, still off of the highs, but looking very constructive, like it wants to keep grinding higher. I'm watching Google, I'm watching Tesla, I'm watching Nvidia. Google and Tesla, if they start to give up some gains, it could hurt the market. Google especially is super duper extended up here, guys. Tesla still up 6.5%. S&P 500 still doing well. QQQ still outperforming. Your IWM is getting faded just a little bit here off of the high, so the Russell's under a little bit more pressure compared to your S&P and your NASDAQ stocks. Google continuing to hold up here. My wife took a coffee from Starbucks. Nice. I know. My girlfriend loves Starbucks as well. Pretty much a daily drinker at Starbucks. The amount of money they spend there is just crazy. I like it. I mean, they got the strongest they got the highest caffeinated coffee on the market out of all of your retailers. I like the blonde roast. It's got, I believe, a grande has 150 milligrams of caffeine, which wires me. So I do like that. Actually, I get to go to Starbucks soon. My birthday's in a few days, so I'll be claiming my free drink. Maybe I'll get one of those fancy, really, really bad cookie frap things. I'm down 2 horses, finally up on Marvell and down on WLDS. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. WLDS. Yeah, WLDS is a troublesome chart here. Looks like it wants at least that 785. Maybe even a little bit lower. It could potentially want to sweep these low pivots. So Pierce the 750 looks a little bit more interesting in my opinion. All right, SPY seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. You got Nvidia still bouncing. Let's look at Google. What is seeing the sell side? Google also still seeing a little bit of selling here. Bob is still acting well. Are getting faded. Warner Bros. Getting faded a little bit. SoundHound still up 5%, guys. NIO doing well. Grab is back to the positive side. Open is still up 9%. Some top wick distribution occurring in Tesla. You got Apple still up 0.5%. Google up 4.5%. Tesla up 6.5%. Meta getting slightly faded but still up 0.2%. Netflix has made a bit of a red to green reversal, going slightly positive. Ticker CHEK up 245%. What the heck? My oh my, that's Intel getting slightly faded from its highs. It's still up 3.7. Nvidia big bounce. BABA's still up 2.2. Oracle still up 3.6. VST up nicely. SMR getting faded. Figure up 16% on FIGR. What a beast. What an absolute beast, guys. SATS still heavy down here. Let's look at CoreWeave. CoreWeave being defended. That was a nice little long off of that zone. So they keep defending that opening range low, but we'll see if they want to break it at some point. So really strong bounce off of a little bit of a near-term double bottom for Nvidia. We'll see if they want to sell it off just a touch here. Google, a little bit of top wick. Tesla seeing some distribution now, guys. So this is a leader. Remember, Tessie has been leading the mega cap tech rally. So if Tesla comes in, we have to watch Google to see if Google comes in. Does money simply rotate out of Tesla into other mega caps, or does it completely leave the stock market? Thank you, Curveballs. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. D-Dog below VWAP. Let's look at Datadog. DDOG. Yeah, look at that. Nasty little decline from the highs. Huge top wick distribution. Hourly chart, not bad. It looks like it could try to firm up and break out of this hourly chart wedge pattern. Not a bad area. If you're wanting to trade D-Dog long, it could go to double bottom. That would be the better level off of prior day high. Let it sweep that low pivot. But that would be a little bit of an aggressive scalp long on DDOG if it swept that pivot there. Not a bad area, that's for sure. Micron still seeing a little bit of distribution, but acting quite well. Wow, look at them squeeze figure. I wish I still held my common shares. Holy moly, we were long off that 31. Look at them rip it, guys. Absolutely ripping FIGR. Holy moly. Google softening just a little bit here. JP Morgan is coming to the short put zone again. Thanks for that observation there, Ram. Nvidia is still trying to trend. Tesla coming in hot. Coming in hot. Google still holding up phenomenally well. Archer Aviation still up about 5%. Snapchat still doing well today. BBAI faded from the highs but still holding steady. Nat gas still pushing. Bitcoin still slightly negative. Your dollar index is trying to firm up off of the lows, but you bought some CoreWeave. Double down on Wilds. Let's look at CoreWeave again. Yeah, CoreWeave trying to defend. I'm just waiting a little bit. I'm being patient, but keep your stops tight on CoreWeave for sure. Nvidia, the problem with CoreWeave is that Nvidia is a little bit weak today. Wild's nice. Yeah, Wild's looking like it's trying to defend that opening 10-minute candle. If you were to break that 10-minute candle to the downside, that would be kind of your stop loss to get out of the trade. But not looking too bad. Nvidia is trying to firm up here. Not looking bad as well. Oracle still acting well. Figure still up 6%. Acting very, very well. BABA has a little bit of top wick distribution. Google's starting to come in just a little bit. Tessie still acting quite well. And market's still holding up phenomenally well. IWM is now catching some bullish liquidity. Google's coming in from the high, still above 251. SoFi's still green, getting a little bit of a alert on Intuit. Let's look at INTU. Also a bit of a institutionally traded stock since it's a higher priced common share equity. coming in for a little bit of a new low sweep. Very interesting on Intuit, guys. Very interesting. Almost. That's not quite ready yet, but it's into a bit of a day trade scalp long level. But I'm not in love with it, that's for sure. I'm not absolutely in love with Intuit, but into an aggressive potential buy zone, or at least a scalp long zone here. Let's look at CoreWeave again. Yeah, CoreWeave trying to defend it quite nicely. SMCI, that's curling to the downside. Micron, that's almost looking like it wants to go negative. Let's look at BABA again. BABA is still holding technical structure. IWM ripping here. QQQ trying to rip to the upside. You bought DDOG? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, DDOG is doing that full round trip. Full round trip. Let me just see a couple of the things here. Yeah, not a bad area for. You have a pretty defined risk. I mean, you have a tight stop loss down there. So it's not a bad area. The level that I was watching was this previous little gap window zone. It's kind of where I was looking for a buy zone, right off of that 136 area. That's honestly where I'm tempted to trade it long. 136.07. I would do a buy down here, guys. All right, so that's where I'm looking for it. It is coming in. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a long stab on DDOG here. 136.06. I'll trade that with you, curveballs. But a little bit more for me, a little bit more downside, and I will trade that on the long side. But it's doing a full round trip. That is a filthy, filthy little decline. Swept that low there. Wow. Came with so close to my level. Big bounce already. Big bounce. That's remarkable. Look at them push the S&P 500 like they want new highs. This market is just crazy. Looks like they may want to sweep the high. What a bounce on DDOG. All right, that trades off the table for me. That was a big bounce. CoreWeave still acting phenomenally well. Tesla's still coming in just a touch here, but they're pushing SPY like they want to tag new highs here. Google still up 4.4% on the session. Nice little decline on SE. Mongo is doing well. GDX seeing a little bit of profit taking today. Tesla still seeing a little bit of distribution from the highs, but now you have performance from Nvidia trying to prop this S&P and NASDAQ market up a little bit more. IWM is up 0.61%. So now you have had small caps go from lagging to leading. So small cap is seeing liquidity today. You're seeing small caps taking leadership in this market. That is quite fascinating to me. Quite fascinating. Look at this S&P market. Crazy mover. Google's still seeing a little bit of distribution. S&P 500 still trying to press here. A little bit of top wick distribution. Nvidia seeing a hard dump there. S&P seeing a hard dump. Getting bought right back up. You did have a little bit of 1030 data there hitting the tape. That's what that little bit of weakness was in the overall market. But getting bought right back up. Looking like a liquidity scrab. So far, you still have performance from Google, but Google's softening just a little bit here, guys. Just a little bit. The next data set is really in an hour. It's your 3-month and 6-month bill auction. BMNR is down 4.86%. You have Google now softening quite sharply. Interesting. This market is still holding remarkably well. BABA's still acting well. Nvidia is seeing a little bit more top wick distribution. Yeah, a few people faded Oracle last week. Anonymous. A few people did. Google's still up 4% on the session. Bob up 2.5. Oracle up 2.9. AVGO up 0.6. Micron up 0.4, but getting faded. Let's look at CoreWeave again. Google's starting to soften up just a little bit more, guys. CoreWeave, what a bounce on CoreWeave. That 117 to 116 level has been money. Once, twice. We'll see if it holds up yet again. Third time the charm. Nvidia is seeing a little bit more distribution. S&P 500 still holding strength. Meta looking like it wants to go negative. Nvidia still down 1.3. Amazon up 1.36. IWM still leading the market. QQQ leading S&P. So your S&P is the weakest indice out of your 3 majors. Nuclear stocks seeing a little bit of distribution. Nvidia curling right back down. Google still trying to hold above its opening range. Google maintaining above 250.75-ish. That's its opening range high. Curveballs bought Oracle again. Nice. $300 retest on ORCL. Interesting. Yeah, be careful though. Oracle could easily come right back down. And the one thing I don't like about Oracle, although you did finish that measured move, the selling on Oracle is looking very, very institutionally based, meaning that it's had very limited bounces. The bounce ranges have been tight, which is telling me that there's big funds selling. Aggressive here. Oracle's definitely underneath its opening range low, getting faded here as spies at the highs. So that's a tougher trade for me to get behind because it is breaking its opening range high as the market is very bullish. Obviously, it could be a bit of a liquidity grab and sweep, but tough name there. That is a tough name. Tesla still holding near the highs. But yeah, they were trying to bounce Oracle a little bit. The level that I have is around 299.50-ish is a better long level on Oracle. Um, that would kind of, they're bouncing in nicely though. 299.50 is to me a little bit better, but yeah, they're trying to recapture that OR low. So it's looking pretty good here. If they can hold on to that opening range low, Oracle's looking a little bit better. All right, Google's still coming in. Dixie's still just consolidating sideways. SoundHound up 5.56%. Nuclear stocks are mixed. Nvidia curling down. BABA's still at 158.68. Tesla's starting to curl slightly lower, along with the S&P 500 potentially hitting a bit of a double top here. Coming in a little bit now. What else we got going on? Open is still up 11. Nvidia getting heavier. Google getting heavier. Tesla. Tesla, not a good sign if Tesla loses its opening range low here. Western Alliance rises after unveiling a 300 million share repurchase program. Interesting. Very cool. Gold is still at 0.4, crude oil up 1.75. So interestingly, guys, crude oil is continuing their moonshot here. Likely should put pressure on the overall S&P 500, especially if we break out of this inverse head and shoulders on the hourly chart. Crude oil is looking pretty saucy here for a move to the upside. And then you also have natural gas absolutely moving to the upside here. So between crude oil and nat gas, energy stocks are likely going to catch a bid. What's interesting was energy was a very weak sector off of the open, but they're defending that volume shelf on XLE. So name like Rig, look at Rig just flying up 3.64. XOM is probably going to push to the upside. Valero looking like it's consolidating quite nicely. So energy stocks are looking pretty poised, I think, for a continuation higher. But with energy ripping here, we should watch to see if it puts pressure on the S&P 500. At least your Dow transport components. Let's look at that Alaska Airlines. Is it ready for a short yet? Yeah, ALK is also another fading opportunity here, guys. Weak stock, strong market, earnings revision, guidance down. You can see it hit that guidance down revision already, but this one's probably going to go down to about 60.30. That is a bit of a short opportunity. ALK, using this little bit of a recent wick as your high pivot stop loss. Looks quite interesting to me. Slip back to Tesla. Tesla's still trying to hold on to that OR low. Bouncing. Oracle defending that opening range low, so I hope you didn't sell out because of me, but Oracle acting well. Nvidia trying to bounce as usual. Your US dollar is starting to curl slightly lower. Bitcoin still negative. 2-year yield has firmed up. 10-year yield is firmed up. SPX still well above 6,600. SPY above 660. Amazon still remarkably well. Your IWM is getting slightly faded here. Will there be any sort of distribution in this market ahead of our FOMC later in the week? Time will certainly tell. Micron, guys, which has been a leading semiconductor and a leader of this entire market, is looking to go negative, guys. MU starting to see some distribution signals, so just be careful with Micron, guys. Be very, very careful with Micron. I repeat. This is a leader, so is it telling us that the markets are maybe going to get a little bit toppier here? Potential little topping tail forming in Micron? Definitely under a little bit of pressure here for Micron. Bob is still hanging in there. Let's look at Mr. Google. Now you have Google starting to come in, getting slightly faded here. Slightly faded. Mr. Tessie. Tesla. Imagine Tesla goes negative. We will certainly find out. So far, it's a 50-50 on the poll. We'll test the close above plus 5% today. Right now, it's 5.24%. S&P 500 is starting to come in just a little bit. This could be a bit of a double top, failed double top liquidity grab. SPY still hanging in there, though. Still have Western Digital remarkably strong at the highs of the tape. Crazy, crazy move on Western Digital. Filthy. Absolutely filthy. Duolingo today getting clobbered. ONDS continuously looking like it's putting in a bit of a bearish engulfing candle. Big Bear AI has been faded. Viking Therapeutics getting faded. Certain healthcare stocks are under pressure. Natural gas still pushing to the upside. Let's look at Oklo again. Yeah, Oklo is into an aggressive short level, trying to sweep that liquidity high. Looking at SMR, SMR is getting faded here with the market. You have IWM also seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. So the Russell 2000 is into a nice amount of resistance itself. Still acting quite well though. It's Google still coming in just a little bit, seeing some profit taking hitting Google. Nvidia now curling to the downside. Open is a volume leader. Yeah, Open is a strong stock today. It's up 9.21% off of the highs, but acting quite well. Let's look at CoreWeave again. CoreWeave's still a beast up here. Wow, remarkable price action in CoreWeave. But again, I'd be careful with Open. You're seeing some of the high flyers coming in. A name like ONDS, which has also been one of the high flyers in the market. Retail traded stock as well, coming in quite sharply. So we'll see if Open wants to follow suit. Open is seeing a little bit of distribution this morning. Kicking myself for not buying Figure. I know I'm kicking myself for selling. I had comments at 31 on Figure. I mean, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Crazy. S&P 500 still holding higher lows and trying to press here. Remarkable price action. Tesla still curling slightly down. Google still curling slightly down, but Amazon picking up strength. Apple has picked up strength. Meta trying to hold steady, still slightly positive for Mr. Meta. Warner Bros. Digital Media is starting to get a little bit heavier here on WBD. Micron bouncing. Tesla still holding steady. Your Dixie is trying to bounce a little bit. US dollar index still trying to move here. Home builders are under pressure. ITB negative. Biotechs are under pressure. Tempted to buy a put on AEO? Let's look. Yeah, that's a cult following. It's a strong mover. I've been watching it too to capitalize on the short trade. Um, I still think we're going to get a little bit higher. We're too close to this gap fill, in my opinion, to really not fill it. That's kind of where I'm looking at shorting, at least getting my feet wet in AEO. It's a solid move today. I mean, it is, but I think AEO is going to make one more push into that maybe $20 level, $19.90, $20 level. That's kind of where I'm personally waiting. Nice job, Supreme Leader. You held. Amazing. Up 10%. So yeah, I like AEO for a short as well up there. All right, we're still seeing that S&P 500 gunning for new highs, trying to push and push and push. S&P 500 still an absolute monster right now. Western Digital still at the highs of its chart. Let's look at Tessie again. Home Depot under pressure this morning. Affirm a nice bounce. Newmont Mining under pressure. ARM is up 1.97. Oracle still up 2.78. DraftKings is seeing some distribution today. So DKNG down about 2%. What else we got? LI Auto, that's ripping. Albemarle Marley, lithium-based stocks, that's ripping up 6.71. GME today, that's up 2%. Archer Aviation still holding majority of its gains. S&P 500 still trying to press here. Rocketing to the upside. Pushing, pushing, pushing. Airbnb down slightly. Rivian's gotten faded. NIO still strong. Chegg down 7.7. IQ down 2.21. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, S&P did make another spike higher there. Jets ETF slightly negative. Intel up 4.9, trying to push a little bit more. Silver's slightly green. Steel stocks are mixed. Unity Software up nicely today. Abercrombie and Fitch negative. Interesting to see AEO outperforming Abercrombie and Fitch in this way. Usually they're kind of trading together. Abercrombie and Fitch is down 0.96, so maybe you can get a uh, a little bit of a decline on AEO, but the market is just ripping here. Nvidia softening, Google softening, Tesla pushing, S&P getting a little bit more broad market participation. You've now had Micron go negative, guys. Really fascinating to see the S&P holding bullish structure as certain key stocks are coming under some pressure. So you're getting a little bit more of a broad marketing strength rotation in this market entirely with the S&P at highs. SMCI trying to be defended. Kicking myself for not buying CoreWeave off of the level that I gave, but look at that bounce on CoreWeave. Phenomenal mover. All right, SATS still trickling to the downside. Oracle still holding above 300. Nvidia is coming in sharply. Apple, though, pushing up 1%, so Apple has really started to participate back in this rally here. Google still coming in slightly. Look at Google. Google getting a little bit heavier here. Interesting. We'll see if that wants to hinder the market at all. SE down 1.6, Lennar down 2.5, MSTR down. Palo Alto up a couple percent, that's doing well. Square XYZ, that's up 2.4. AI is up 2.31. Celsius just turns slightly negative. Interesting. Starbucks still up a couple percent, holding on to its gains. S&P 500 is just a beast right now. Rig is still squeezing. TXN, Texas Instruments, down sharply. Lyft is doing quite well. Uber is doing well. Monster Green, Humana, another down day for Humana. Is this getting ready for a long or what? S&P 500 still remarkably. Bought a Tesla 400 put. Nice. Nice job. Right, so Humana trying to be defending here. Let's look at Tesla again. Tesla 400 put. You're an aggressive trader, eh? There, curveballs. Tesla. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. Nvidia is still curling right back to the downside. Tesla 400 put takes you back to gap fill. What time frame you looking at there, curveballs? Are you looking at end of the week? You do have open starting to come in just a little bit here. Let's see if the S&P wants to give up some steam. You're an aggressive poker player too. You can bluff me. I love poker as well. It would be lovely to enter the WSP, World Series of Poker, and play against some of the pros, Phil Hellmuth, Daniel Negreanu. All right, so we're still seeing Google under a little bit of sell side pressure. Tesla right now acting a little better and holding steady. My oh my. Market is still remarkable as to how strong this S&P 500 has been. Again, the selling that we've seen has been late in the session. Hasn't really been in the morning tape that we've seen the sell side pressure. Yeah, you just get up and you bounce back. There's always more money to win or there's always more money to lose. Just depends on which side of the perspective you're on. It's just like trading. You're gonna have a lot of losses. Sometimes you go through areas where you make 4 or 5 losses in a row, and then you have, 4, 5, 6 winners in a row. It's all about position management, right? Not blowing your account up with one trade. Well, that's just the nature of the beast. What if you lose all of your savings? Well, then you've not executed position management and risk management. Risk, right? And that's the problem with trading smaller accounts, right? It's tough because you want to enter a trade that's going to make you, 100, 200, 300%, you full port, and then you blow your account. And that's why it's so hard to grow small accounts because we're impatient. We want instant gratification. That's how society has kind of engraved us to trade tickers. And I mean, I take a lot of different trades, personally speaking. But, I'm trading with a larger account size and we can, I can afford taking losses on small positions. Tesla right now still trying to grind higher. S&P 500 still looking to press for 661. Google has softened up. It's under 250, back inside of its opening range high and low, kind of trading in no man's land. You have nat gas and crude oil still absolutely ripping to the high side. VIX is still down 1%, Nvidia down 1.55. Open is starting to see some sell side pressure. Bob is still trying to grind. What else we got? Warner Bros. Digital Media is still up a couple percent. Western Digital, oh my goodness, WDC up 6%. That is crazy. What a mover on WDC. S&P 500 still trying to grind here. Where I'm saying, I know a few who did it in trading and poker. Okay, you read Tesla wrong, sold the put. Interesting. Thank you for your updates. Appreciate that. All right, so SPY still lagging the market. IWM and QQQ are kind of neck and neck, up 0.62% respectively. Bitcoin still down 1.3. You have Nvidia that's been trading negative the entire time. Carvana still holding up 0.4. SMH is still green. Ethereum still struggling on the session. Again, your home builder stocks are under a little bit of pressure. Still have open up 8%. Big Bear AI, that's been faded. Intel still doing remarkably well. That's up 5.7. Micron looking like it wants to go negative on the session. SoundHound still up 4. Hive up 7.6. SoFi up 3.3. WBD getting faded a little bit, guys. Google still looking a little bit heavier in this region and vicinity. So it's like right now, I got some 0DT put options that I'm down 50% on. But because it's such a small position in my portfolio, it's just a day trade, I can weather the storm. Every time I enter 0DT, I always size it for loss because I know this market has some crazy volatile ranges. Still think we can sell off, but they're keeping us pretty firm here. They are keeping us pretty firm. All right, open is getting a little bit heavier here. Starting to come in just a touch here. Nvidia is still holding off of that higher low. You know what stock? I mean, Google looks like it's getting sold into here at the highs. Looking like it's coming in. Meta as well. That one, let's see, Meta. No, that one's actually looking a little bit better, Meta, to be honest. Micron, though, looks like it could be due for a bit of continued sell side pressure throughout the rest of the day. Let's see how CoreWeave is doing again. CRWV, yeah, that's starting to come in now. Starting to come in now. WBD starting to come in. Yeah, and that's a good point there, Ram. It's always what you feel comfortable within your discipline, right? You have to be able to sleep at night or be able to wake up the next day and keep trading. Zero DTs aren't for everyone. Trust me, I get it. I never traded them either, but um, they're not my favorite thing to try. I do like trading them, but again, I always size it for loss. Like a lot of people scalp zero DTs with tight stop losses. I don't like doing that. I like if I'm entering a zero DT, I'm basically going in with the mentality that I'm okay losing that money. It's basically like zero or hero, because most times when I trade zero DTs, I'm looking for basically 100% or nothing. And I think that's just how I trade them. But I respect that you don't trade zero DTs. Yeah, open is down fast, right? Open is selling off a little bit. You're trying to if you take out this low of day, you're going to likely go much, much lower. So, thank you, Ram. But zero DTs are crazy. I mean, when I started trading zero DTs, I lost a lot of money on them. I still lose money on zero DTs. I lost money on Thursday and Friday, shorting SPY. Right now, I'm still losing money on zero DTs. But we'll see what happens. Open. I need some water. Open coming in a little bit faster now. Still up nicely on the session open, but definitely getting a little bit heavier. Google's continuing to sell off as well, guys. So Google's still coming in. Still have Tesla coming in. Nope, Tesla's still grinding. My apologies. Western Digital still pushing. Wow. It looks like they want to take open negative, guys. We've seen crazy, crazy moves in open. This stock is notorious for gapping and cracking. Just as they get people bulled up like it's going to head to new highs, they absolutely just snake the liquidity and sell into it. SPY starting to get a little bit heavier here. WBD getting a little bit heavier here as well, guys. Like they want to take that name negative. SATS still getting some sell side pressure in that ticker. Your SPY is still absolutely trading exceptionally well. IWM trading exceptionally well. Nvidia stabilizing, trying to bounce a little bit. Intel still up 5%. Snapchat up 2.3. RR doing quite well. Say you have a lot of strength in LiDAR stocks on the back of Tesla. Wow. Ticker Wolf, WOLF, looks like it's gunning for new highs, guys. Wolf is starting to squeeze. Open is coming in hard. Open is starting to come in much harder here. Broadcom AVGO getting sold into just a little bit. Micron has now gone negative, guys. So again, that's a leading semiconductor that is showing some signs of distribution. SPY starting to get a little bit heavier. BABA is starting to come in just a touch. BABA is potentially putting in a lower high on the session. Open getting heavier. What else we got? Nuclear stocks are still trading exceptionally well. You bought a $9 put for Open. Hope it does better than Tesla. Yeah, I think Open's going to go negative. Honestly, I could see Open coming down to this area here today. So if we do, let me just see something here. So this is the area that I think Open can retest at 850 today. And if the market sells off, Open could easily come down to 830, $8. But your move of symmetry move is down to here, 850-ish. So yeah, Open starting to come in. WBD getting heavier, guys. So we are seeing that come in. What else we got going on? A-Lab seeing some top wick distribution. Seeing a little bit more flow creeping into utilities, guys. So XLU seeing a little bit more positive flow, which is telling me that long capital is moving slightly more defensive here. Your regional banks just turned negative. Interesting. Alibaba getting heavier here. A little bit more sell side hitting the tape of this market. We are seeing continued distribution. SATS now down 3.82%. Looks like it's going to the lows of the tape. I still holding steady here. Let's look at Google. Google still acting well. Tesla still God. Tesla still acting phenomenally well here. Nvidia still trying to hold steady. BABA curling slightly in. Let's look at WBD here. WBD starting to lose a little bit of momentum here. Looking like they could take that name negative. Obviously, the market is still strong, but WBD potentially at the early stages of putting in a daily topping tail. It certainly needs some backing and filling here. It's had a huge run in the communication sector, XLC, along with Google showing unrelenting strength. Nice decline continuing on SATS. Beautiful job. We're printing nicely on our $70 puts for SATS. EcoStar selling off quite nicely. S&P 500 starting to come in. And members, I just realized I entered that SATS trade in wrong. Um, we're up nicely on the position, but I did put it in the chat wrong. The entry price. Entry price was $1.75. All right, so SPY seeing a little bit of distribution here. BABA starting to come in, guys. Google still under a little bit of pressure. Your dollar's curling down. Nvidia seeing a little bit more distribution. Come on down, Baba. Come on down. Oracle still up 3.22%. Open still up 4.5%, but definitely pulling in from the highs. Now breaching the low of day, losing your opening range low and open. Opens now into that gap window, so this one could absolutely sell off pretty sharply, guys. Pretty sharply on open. SPY starting to get heavier here. We are seeing quite a bit more. Yeah, Qs are going down. Open seeing some distribution. Google still getting a little heavier here. CoreWeave coming down. You know, right back into that long level. Yeah, CoreWeave's into that area, but I'm seeing certain stocks that have been strong coming in and breaking those previous long range. I think because CoreWeave has now failed to take out the high, it's now searching for a lower low. So I think CoreWeave is going to give us another lower low. I would personally now wait for a prior day. I think we're going to sweep this bullish liquidity, especially if SPY starts to come down here, which you can see it's getting a little bit heavier here in the tape. So I think CoreWeave is a wait for a sweep of these lows. That's just what I'm looking for. Obviously, you're getting some price being defended here, but SPY is starting to come in a little bit heavier. Just a little bit heavier here. You see with that 5 minute, and you can see how extended we are still from that 5 minute EMA. So what's interesting is like we had that strong rally, right? Off of Wednesday, Thursday, and then a continuation in Friday. And you can see late in the Friday session, we were so extended that we eventually had a sell off into that 5 minute EMA. Well, look how stretched we are from that 5 minute EMA now. So I wouldn't be surprised if SPY wanted to retest that area again. You know, it was a big area that there was quite a bit of liquidity down around this 5 minute EMA. Obviously, we're still exceptionally elevated. We've broken out of our opening range high. We're technically in a bullish trend. Google's starting to come in just a little bit more now. So you're seeing Google was a leader throughout the whole session. That's starting to get quite a bit heavier. Nvidia still down 1.46. Amazon still performing quite well. What else we got? Microsoft still up 0.7, Apple up 1.06, Tesla up about 6%. Interesting. Come on down, S&P, come on down. Dixie softening, ticker Wolf still ripping to the upside, 32.62% on the session. Google up 3%, BMNR coming down, SoFi strong, SoundHound strong, RR still strong, WBD off of the highs but still green, up 1.27%. Snapchat up 2.59, Neo up 3.94, Big Bear AI up 1.09, Intel still up 4.19, NAOV up 114% and change. Grab is slightly green. Check is still up 239%. Google coming in harder. Watch out for communication stocks, guys. Google has been pumping up communication stocks, so be careful. If Google continues to come in, it likely should hit these communication stocks pretty firmly. BABA continuing to soften here just a little bit. Dixie is continuing to soften, which is why the S&P 500 is still holding remarkable strength. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Seagate STX still. Wow, look at STX, guys. Just when you think a stock is so extended, it just boom, blow off top move. Blow off top move. Crazy. Crazy, 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 eh? Absolutely filthy. Seagate Technologies running to the upside. All right, IWM taking a little bit of a breather here, still extended itself, but they are keeping this market firm here. Very, very firm. Tesla still up 6 open, seeing a little bit more distribution here as it is coming in just a touch. Alibaba continuing to come in just a touch. CoreWeave still trading up nicely on the session, but looking like it wants to come in just a touch here as well. Warner Bros. Digital Media coming in. Tesla still holding steady. Google still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Alibaba still up about 1.79%, but off of the highs, looking for a lower low test on Baba. Here we have WBD, guys. Communication stocks are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, guys. XLC coming in from the highs. You have Google still getting sold into. So names like WBD should come under pressure. Meta, we'll see if Google's rotation trade helps Meta or hinders Meta, but obviously communication stocks need to be monitored closely with Google coming in. Alibaba looking pretty weak here, guys. Pretty weak here. Oracle still up 3.18. Come on down, Baba. Come on down. Open, going for a new low of day on OPEN. Is this a big lower high on Baba? Are they going to fade and take Baba negative today? It's looking like they could easily fill that gap on Baba. Come on. Nvidia, big push on Nvidia. Sold all your positions in the green, looking for a lower entry. Nice. Nice job. CoreWeave still acting well. Nvidia trying to get a big push here. Google coming in. American Airlines sharply down. BBD looks like it could go negative. Come on, Baba. Take Baba negative. Nvidia is still pushing here. Rising sharply on Nvidia. Still down 1.15%. Google getting sold into. Alibaba continuing to fall here. Open, still looking heavy, like it wants to break that OR low. We're looking for a confirmed 10-minute break of that OR low, which drastically swings the probabilities of a lower price for open, guys. They love selling this. So, open today gapped up, what is that, 16%, give or take? So if we extrapolate that forward and we say open has a 16% decline, they like to move it in symmetry, right? A gap up of 16%. Imagine open has a 16% fall. That could actually easily, that could happen. That is your symmetry range. So again, your symmetry sell based off of this high to this low takes us to 856-ish, but your very symmetrical range move of a gap up of 16%, if they want to sell at 16%, that takes us down to about 760 on Open's chart. Imagine that happens, right? That would be crazy. All right, your Dixie is softening just a little bit here. Dixie softening, CoreWeave still acting well, WBD still holding steady. S&P, look at the candle on Nvidia. Nvidia is getting a fat candle here. That is getting a fat candle to the upside here. That is crazy. Great. Let's look at Oklo again. Wow, Oklo up 10% on the session. That is absolutely filthy. Uranium new high. Wow. That is crazy. Let's look at gold again. Gold still pumping. Silver. Silver still pumping. Wow. Filthy moves to the upside in some of these tickers. Look at VST pumping to the highs yet again. That is crazy. VST is a beast. Absolute monster. All right, open. Come on down. Open sesame. S&P 500 still trying to come down a little bit. Wow, Western Digital just does not give up. Nvidia is still pumping. S&P 500 still holding remarkably well, guys. Remarkably well. Nvidia getting that fat candle as Google's coming in. Tesla still up 6.4%. Apple still up 1. Amazon still up 2. Qs are still leading the charge to the upside with the IWM the second leading indice and SPY slightly lagging. Oracle still doing quite well. Micron just hanging on to slightly positive gains. All right, just give me a sec, guys. I'll be right back. All right, so we do have the Dixie coming in, SPY curling down, but Nvidia's pumping here. Nvidia catching a fat candle to the upside on the 10-minute chart. Still inside of its little bit of an opening bearish range, but looking a little bit more firm. But simultaneously, while Nvidia's firming up, you have some rotation out of Broadcom AVGO. You still have Micron under a little bit of pressure, still slightly green on Micron. SMCI hanging in there. Let's look at ASML. That is just remarkably strong, up 5% today. Taiwan Semi, let's see that name. TSM starting to come in a little bit. So interesting little divergences across the semiconductors. You're getting a lot of people unsure of where to put their semiconductor money. There's a lot of divergences across the board. S&P 500 is weakening here a little bit. Weakening here a little bit, but we'll see if it wants to come in a little bit more. Let's look at Mr. Elon Musk. Musky, still holding remarkably at the highs. I would consider fading. Oh, WLDS hitting my long level, guys. WLDS sweeping some nasty pivot lows. Now I gotta wait for at least this sweep because the market is starting to break down here, but getting interesting on wilds here. I'm gonna take a scalp long on wilds if we pierce this low down here. Okay, so I'm looking at a sweep of this pivot here. S&P coming in hot. Whoops. So WLDS gets me interested with a sweep of this low pivot, guys. I'll keep buying right into this area. So I'm going to have nice decline on the S&P, really solid decline. That's what I like to see. Thank you very much. Take us down. Take us down. Take us down. Guys, open is getting heavy here too. Open getting heavy. All right, so I'm going to trade this WLDS on the long side, just common shares. Start a position at 738. Second entry will be around 707. All right, so WLDS is coming in nicely. WLDS is coming in nicely. Come on. I'm looking at just common shares long WLDS. I repeat, WLDS. Looking at trading common shares long. 738 is my first entry. Second entry will be a 705. It's down 17%, just looking for a bit of a dead cat bounce. You still have Nvidia acting quite well. S&P 500 starting to come in a little bit. S&P 500 losing, potentially losing that opening range high. Alibaba starting to come in. A little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. Nvidia still down 0.7, but it has firmed up quite nicely. Here comes WLDS. Come on, WLDS. Punch it down, punch it down. SPY still trying to defend that OR high. You gonna trade wilds with me, curveballs? Or are you gonna trade it with me? S&P 500 still holding steady here. Still holding steady. Bouncing off that old high. Nvidia just absolutely rocketing here, guys. Look at Nvidia. Just what a breakout. Holy moly. I don't know if there's news on Nvidia, but that looks like a news candle. Anyone seeing any news on Nvidia? That is a huge move. We're talking about billions just flowing. What a pump there. Holy moly. That is filthy, guys. Your QQQ just recaptured leadership there again. What an absolute monster. Oh, that is crazy. Almost taking Nvidia back to the positive side. All right, I'm going to put another alert here for WLDS because it's going to get close there as we watch this Nvidia just soar. What a reversal on Nvidia. Like, what the heck? There has to be news, guys. If anyone sees news on Nvidia, let me know because that is crazy. That is a filthy move. That is filthy. What an epic move. Wow. Move still up 3.1. Archer still up about 4. C falling nicely. VKTX still under pressure. Ethereum still falling. Bitcoin down half. Nat gas still pumping. What else we got going on? Crude oil is taking a bit of a breather here. Holy shit. Which one of you guys slammed the buy button on Nvidia? Just kidding. S&P 500 still softening up here a little bit despite the big push on Nvidia. You can see Nvidia is now recapturing that bearish little wedge pattern that it broke down from. But the problem with Nvidia is it hasn't closed inside of that wedge pattern and hasn't confirmed. So this could be just one really big back test of a bearish formation. You bought one Nvidia to took it up? Absolutely, man. You behemoth. I went long. I bought about $1 trillion worth of Nvidia there. So despite Nvidia pushing, that was pretty much one of the only stocks that had a really big rally there. But this could be, like I said, a really big back test. I think it's because of the deal with CoreWeave, but I mean that wasn't new news. It just came out this morning, right? That CoreWeave news. Unless is there a new deal it made? Like that's not new news, is it? Google's starting to curl slightly higher here. Seeing a little bit of strength creeping back into Google. Nvidia still back testing. S&P. Come on, SPY. Come back down to earth here. SPY is going to look. I think SPY can still gap and crack today. What I think is going to happen, I think SPY is going to come back down to its gap fill, and then they're probably just going to chop it in a tight range for tomorrow until FOMC. So I think SPY comes back down to its gap today, and then tomorrow it's just going to chop in a very tight range. I don't expect a big move, and then it's going to give us a bigger directional move come after FOMC day on Wednesday. Wednesday. Nvidia's still trying to pump here. Let's look at Open Sesame. Open. New low of day for Open. Come on down. Open. I think SPY comes back down to gap fill. At minimum, a retest of prior day high, but I think gap fill is likely. I honestly think SPY, they're going to close it maybe just slightly green on the session, but that's what I'm expecting. I expect them to sell into this, keep us range bound tomorrow. Again, maybe they keep us firm here in the morning session, and it could be a late afternoon sell like we saw here, but I would not be shocked to see SPY go back down to gap fill, and then a choppy range tomorrow. Very minimal movement I'm expecting tomorrow. Let me just see a couple things. So tomorrow we do have core retail sales, which can be a little bit market moving. It's at 8:30 in the morning. You got some Canadian data, inflation data. Got a little bit of manufacturing data, housing data. Got Atlanta Fed GDP, 20-year bond auction. So there's a little bit of market moving data tomorrow. Retail sales are probably your more important one. S&P 500 still holding structure above this OR high. Open is still coming in. Google is starting to see a little bit of sell side pressure off of those highs. Nat gas still pushing up 1.79. Gold is still ripping. Crude oil still up 1.37%. Your Dow component has just gone negative. So DJI, Dow Jones Industrial Average, is weak on the session right now. Micron's still just barely holding on to positive price. Oklo, a nuclear stock, which has been absolutely ripping recently, is coming in from the highs just a little bit. Very, very strong price action in your uranium front. Uranium's up 2.9%, beast mode. Absolute beast mode. AVGO seeing a little bit more distribution here. Looks like it might want to go negative. Google putting in a potential little bear flag. Open still trying to trickle a little lower. S&P 500 still holding that OR high like a champ. Let's look at WLDS, still off of my long level, but trickling down here on wilds. Still trickling down. NVIDIA right now, still getting slightly rejected off of that previous little trend line of resistance, back testing a little bit of a bearish retrace zone of its wedge pattern. So if NVIDIA can recapture this wedge, then it could push to new highs, but if this turns out to be a nasty little bearish backtest, then NVIDIA could easily sell right off again. Yeah, Wilds keeps bouncing. I'm getting close to trading on the long side, a scalp, but I'm just being patient. It's going to sweep this low. Right now, you just keep having extra buy liquidity creeping back into that S&P 500 and NASDAQ markets. So the market is still acting quite well, but looking at a little bit more distributive here. I am seeing a little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. One of the big reasons why you had the markets bounce so firmly with it is because Nvidia absolutely just firmed up ferociously. Home builders is still getting sold into. Mega cap tech is really seeing some additional liquidity coming back into the picture. What else you got going on? Archer Aviation's trying to give up quite a bit of its gains here. CoreWeave still just backing and filling here. Let's look at ARM. ARM, that's trying to firm up. How about on semiconductor? Yeah, that's still coming in sharply. SMCI still coming in. Micron still coming in. SATS trying to bounce. Snapchat still holding near the highs of the session. Nuclear stocks are still trending here to the upside. Oklo going and trying to push for another high with uranium absolutely surging still. S&P 500 bouncing off that opening range high. Let's see if it can firm up here. WBD still up about 1%, but slightly off of its highs. Let's look at some of these other communication stocks. Fubo coming in just a little bit. Roku coming in, trying to firm up off the lows. LYV. What about CHTR, Charter? Yeah, Charter looking pretty bearish. What about that Alaska Airlines again? Yeah, look at how that Alaska Airlines made new lows, guys. I said that was a short up here and continuing to grind lower. Nasty chart on Alaska. Always negative when you have a EPS guide down. A revision on their EPS taking it to the low end of the range. That's nasty. All right, WBD, guys, now falling a little bit more. So WBD also looks like one of the next communication stocks to fall. This rally that we're seeing in the S&P and Qs is now money flowing directly into your mega cap tech. So what I'm observing here is they're actually dumping the IWM again, but they're piling it right back into the Qs. So your QQQ and mega cap tech are recapturing all of the bullish liquidity that small caps were seeing in the morning, and now small caps are being dumped into as that liquidity chases mega cap tech. Quite interesting. Quite interesting. Very cool. All right, so open continuing to see a little bit of weakness. WLDS. Yeah, that's getting close. Getting very close. Let that sweep that low. You're gonna stop out all those traders that took it on the long side and caught that huge move to the upside on Thursday last week. So that's probably where it wants to go. Let's look at BABA again. BABA's still just slightly off of the highs. TME, Tencent Music, just slightly off of the highs. PDD, slightly off of the highs. Baidu, coming in, looking like a bit of a H pattern, bearish flag pattern on Baidu. Let's look at Chegg, CHGG, that's nasty. IQ, that's pretty nasty. XPEV, starting to come in a little bit. NIO, it's holding steady. Tesla, Tesla's still just off of the highs, but hanging in there. Nvidia is still trying to press. Nvidia is now back inside of that wedge pattern, getting a solid 10-minute close. Looking a little bit better for Nvidia now. SATS is pretty much near the lows of the tape. So members, one more little sweep of this low pivot on SATS. I'm going to look to pull off half of my position on the put options that we took last week. And again, this was based off of a technical and a fundamental change. Two factors on this trade. Huge insider selling, very important insider selling, as well as nice distribution signals, which is why we entered put options. $70 puts on Friday, and those are acting well. I still think we're going to get down to gap fill, but we'll look to trim into this weakness. But a very solid decline on SATS today. I like it a lot. What else we got shaping up here? S&P 500 just will not give up its goods here. WBD looking to go negative, guys. WBD is about to go negative on the tape. Take us down, Warner Bros. They are really dumping WBD. Nvidia coming in just a little bit. Open's trying to bounce just a touch here. Dixie still weak on the session. It's approaching 1143. Warner Bros. Just went negative, guys. WBD just went negative. Again, a leading stock. This is the best performing communication stock out of the whole entire XLC with its recent little rally. Year-to-date performance, I should say. YTD performance is the best performing communication and potentially ending the day with a nice little topping tail. Again, the interesting thing about WBD is it could still go lower. 1841 is your opening range low. So that's where we could be heading for in WBD. Tesla still up 6.4% on the session. Figure up 19. Vistra still up 2.8. Duolingo down 4.8. Constellation Brands seeing more distribution on STZ. Crazy, eh? All right, maybe the first initial signs of a SPY, 5-minute head and shoulders, knees and toes. Again, that hasn't triggered, but maybe, just maybe, we are at all-time highs, so the statistical probability of it playing out is higher, but it has not triggered just yet. You can see NVIDIA still just chopping around that previous little back testing of its wedge pattern breakdown. Let's see if it starts to topple over. Now you have small caps leading the charge to the downside. So IWM is your weaker indice. This looks like a fading and short opportunity on the Russell, guys. IWM 239 puts look juicy, guys. IWM 239 puts look juicy. Google's still trying to trend. Your Dixie is trying to bounce a little bit. Come on, SPY, trigger it. Break us down. Big bounce on Micron. S&P 500 yet again testing that over. IWM, your weaker indice. Let's see if small caps can get a bit more distribution. You still have Google pushing, Nvidia absolutely ripping still, lifting the QQQ market up. SPY still holding onto that opening range high like a champ. Alibaba curling slightly lower. Curveball saying I screwed up on sold CoreWeave, Datadog, Marvell, and Oracle too quickly. Got shaken out. I know they're master manipulators, these market makers. Dollars curling slightly lower. Nvidia trying to go positive here, guys. Absolutely rip into its gap fill. That is remarkable price action on Nvidia. Clinical. Micron had a really big bid. That's now up 0.88%. BABA still up 2%. Open trying to firm up itself. Will they give us a breakthrough that OR high? You still have the QQQ outperforming. The Qs are widening the spread between the performance of the major indices as people pile back into mega cap tech. Tesla up 6.4, Meta up 1, Google up 3.8, Apple up 1.2, Microsoft up 0.68. Nvidia trying to go slightly green here. It's still down slightly by about 0.15%. Amazon is up 1.96%. You're still seeing this market piling into mega cap tech here, and that is a form of defensive positioning ahead of FOMC, right? People typically sell small caps ahead of market volatility and pile into mega cap. Warner Bros. Digital Media is still negative on the tape. Oracle still up 3.29, Bob up 2, Open up 4.85. Google still pushing. Crude oil is still up 1.34%. Nat gas up 1.74. Eli Lilly, home builders, they're doing weak. Nvidia just went green, guys. Making a full red to green reversal on Nvidia. Hitting its gap fill right now. Looks like Nvidia wants to target its prior day high at 178.60. There's a small short trade on Nvidia, scalp short at 178 Pierce. There's a small short trade, day trade short on Nvidia at 178 Pierce. That is the scalp level, which you're coming up into right now. So this is your short level on Nvidia. 178 just tapped it. It's an aggressive short, but that is where day traders' liquidity will lie. Seeing a small pullback there, about a 10-cent pullback on Nvidia off of that 178.01 sweep zone. IWM still looking weak as the Qs are still trying to push. Qs are trying to drag the S&P higher now. S&P still bouncing off of that OR high. Dixie's still fading here. Bitcoin still down half. Dow Jones Industrial Average down. All right, so Nvidia still trying to press here, but coming in off of that 178 level. Google now curling slightly down. Come on, markets. What are you going to do here? Even with that big push, Nvidia going green, the markets are still off of their highs, which is telling me that there's still a little bit of relative weakness under the hood of the market. You've had the world's largest company make a beautiful bullish reversal, and S&P couldn't take out the highs. That means there's quite a bit of selling under the hood of the market that's occurring, and they're disguising the selling through huge liquidity inflows from your 4.4 trillion-dollar company. All right, S&P starting to see a little bit of selling. Nvidia is still trying to push through 178 like a champ. Micron still up 0.5%. SATS, guys. All right, members, I'm looking at trimming some of my SATS. Look at that complete knife through that low of day. Again, I'm looking at trimming half of my SATS puts. I repeat, half of my SATS puts. And then I'm going to just keep the runners on the table. So I just took about 60% profit on my SATS puts. That was from Friday, guys. Nice little trade there. So no continuation selling in the S&P 500. You're getting BABA pushing, opens pushing, NVIDIA taking a breather. Dixie going for another new low of day, which is why the market is holding quite steady here. So US dollar still continuing to fall here. Quite crazy. IWM looking a little bit more constructive, like it's trying to push higher. Same thing with the S&P. S&P 500 also trying to push higher. WBD still negative. So big bounce on the Russell, big bounce continuation on the S&P 500. Google still trading above 249, up over 3%. NVIDIA still trying to get back above that 178 level. Seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. So you can see that liquidity sweep zone on NVIDIA is acting well. That was a nice little short, 178 Pierce. Seeing some sell side pressure off that area. Still have the Qs acting phenomenally well. Look at the Qs just screaming higher here, guys. What an epic rally in your NASDAQ, getting really extended up here. But obviously in a very strong and bullish uptrend for now. Dixie just made new lows on the tape. Your US dollar index is falling. Ethereum still down a couple. ASML pumping. Mongo down. Lunar getting wrecked. UPSD doing quite well today. Enphase Energy negative. Yep, Nvidia is just a beast, right? Going from red to green. So they're pushing the Qs up. They are pushing the NASDAQ up here. NASDAQ is sucking liquidity from basically everything in the market. The IWM and NASDAQ were kind of neck and neck. Then the IWM sold off. That liquidity that sold off out of the IWM flowed right into your NASDAQ. And your NASDAQ is now leading the S&P. S&P is leading the Russell. So your Russell is the lagging market. It was the leader. Russell's kind of flipped around, flip-flopped today. It was lagging, then it was leading, now it's lagging again. So it's basically telling me that small cap capital is it's indecisive today. And indecision typically leads to sell side pressure. All right. WLDS hitting a long level, guys. WLDS is coming in. I am looking to trade this on the long side. 738 gets me interested. 738 is my first area here. Common shares long. I will be entering. Come on. Market's coming in just a little bit. Hitting my first area there. As the Russell's a little bit weaker here. Come on, is it going to sweep that area? It's trying to stabilize here, WLDS. Trying to stabilize. All right, guys, I'm long a starter position. WLDS long a starter position. 738 long. Just common shares, guys. Just common shares. You swept that liquidity. Again, my second entry would be down here. Come on, WLDS. It's pretty crazy, eh? Still weak here, Wilds. See if we can get a little bit of a bounce. Nvidia is starting to come in just a little bit. Google is still coming in. The Dixie's still at the lows of the session. This is coming in lower. No, it's not a volume leader today. That's right. SPY getting a little heavier here. Nvidia seeing some top wick distribution. SPY getting heavier. Micron seeing some top wick distribution. No bounce yet for WLDS. S&P 500 getting a little heavier here. IWM seeing some distribution. Micron looking like it wants to go back to the negative side. Nvidia getting heavy. Google curling down. Dixie still at the lows of the tape. Dixie is trying to do a liquidity sweep of that previous bullish pivot. So that's coming in sharply. WLDS still weak. S&P 500 still could be shaping up a little bit of an intraday head and shoulders. It has not triggered yet though. Still have the 10-year yield down 0.84, 2-year yield down 0.76. Your UVXY has turned green. So interestingly enough, all major indices are green, but you have had a little bit of insurance buying today with the VIX trying to make a run to the high side here. That is quite interesting, guys. A really big divergence with downside protection being accumulated, which is telling us that this market could be in for some little bit of choppy price action here into the back half afternoon session. So the VIX getting bid up here to the positive side with all indices green. Very intriguing. Very intriguing. All right, WLDS trying to catch a little bit of liquidity here. Still weak. Um, down 22.82% on WLDS. S&P 500 seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. IWM still curling slightly down, S&P curling slightly down, Google trying to push up, Nvidia pushing down, Micron trying to push. Still have Tesla up 5.85% underneath 420, but coming in a little bit. WLDS trying to bounce a little bit here. Come on. We've done that beautiful liquidity sweep on wilds today. We've done that beautiful bullish sweep of this huge volume breakout surge. So just as they stop people out, they should ramp it back up, get people to pile back in on the long side, and then take it back down. So let's see if that's what we see. Come on, WLDS. Give me a little bit of a push here. NVIDIA getting a little bit heavier. So that level, that short level, that 178 Pierce that I discussed, NVIDIA coming in quite well off of that area. Very good rejection. Interesting. All right, IWM still just chopping sideways. Still holding above 239.28. NVIDIA is still coming in. NVIDIA is back to the negative side. You got open now curling slightly down. Tesla still up 6. Google up 3.87. Google trying to make another push here. S&P making another push. IWM just choppy in a sideways range pattern for the last 45 minutes, give or take. SATS down 5.5%. SPY pushing right back up. Google back up 4%. CoreWeave making another little move here. CoreWeave looks a little bit more constructive now, like it wants to push. SMCI coming in hard. NVIDIA still coming in fairly hard right now. Nasty sell side candle on NVIDIA. Maybe a bit of a bearish breakdown. I'm surprised the S&P is still hanging on this steady. Oracle's still 3.4. Out of nowhere, Meta breaking to the high side here on volume. Look at Meta. There must be news on META. Let's see if there's news on Meta, guys. That seems to be a news candle. Not seeing anything yet, but if there's anything on Meta, I will try to let you know. Let's look at FinViz here. News. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything yet on Meta. But definitely looks like there's a news candle there on Meta, guys. Looks pretty filthy. So Meta had a really fat candle there to the upside. S&P seeing a little bit of distribution. Nvidia still curling down. Google trying to push. Dixie trying to find a little bit of support down 0.3. Gold up 1. Nat gas up 1.62. Crude oil still up 1.17%, but off of the highs. Bitcoin still down by about 0.4. Dow Jones Industrial is down by 0.2. SPY still at 0.51. IWM and SPY are kind of neck and neck. Qs are still outperforming right now. Nvidia back to the negative side, down 0.37. Microsoft still up 0.5%. Amazon up 2. Apple up 1.14, Google up 3.9, Meta up 2, Tesla up 6. IWM trying to catch a bit of liquidity here, pushing up. Your S&P 500 is still chopping around just off of the highs, but remarkable strength. No real dip on the session, still maintaining some higher lows. Intraday price action. You bought BBAI again? Big Bear, AI. Yeah, backtesting a 5-minute chart support level, previous little consolidation zone. Not a bad area, pretty defined risk. I would say off of that opening range low. Not looking too bad, that's for sure. Look at this SATS, guys. It just keeps dripping lower. Nasty. Core weave today under some pressure. How's Circle doing? Circle trying to make a move. Oracle still super strong. Micron still just chopping around. Oh, pretty disappointing reaction so far for a while. It's off of the zone. Dixie's trying to make a push here. S&P 500 still trying to make a push. So Google is continuing to rip to the upside. Same thing with Tesla. Tesla's trying to push back to the upside here. Micron still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, looking like it wants to go negative, but it's been chopping just slightly green for the last couple hours. WLDS, they're trying to defend it here. Come on, give me a pop. Give me a pop. Wow, it's just a little bit of liquidity. I'm surprised. Surprised they're not trying to bid it up here. Just a little bit of a facelift. Come on. Hourly chart still in an uptrend. Momentum. 4-hour chart still momentum. Daily chart will extend to come in. That S&P 500 is just remarkable. Still holding. Alibaba still up 2%. Open is up 5, putting in a potential 15-minute bear flag on open, but tough for it to sell off with the market still holding steady. Snapchat is still ripping here, guys. Look at Snapchat go. You know, I'm bullish that name into the end of the year slash 2026. That one is shaking and moving. Starbucks slightly faded. Your Apple Dapple still trying to press a little bit here. How are our quantum-based names doing? They had stellar moves last week. IONQ, wow, yeah, IONQ is still up 5% on the session. That is a phenomenal mover. Surprised it's not on our high volume list here. Check. That's coming in a little bit. Intel. Intel still trying to break out here. Grab GRAB. That had a nice move on Friday, and look at that. What a reversal on GRAB. Crazy. Let's look at Tempest AI, backing and filling just a little bit here. Soundhound, SOUN. That name's trying to break out, but still a little bit weak. NAOV. That one's off of its highs. Ticker Wolf. Pulling back just a little bit. Aggressive level on Ticker Wolf off of this OR high range. We'll see if that wants to come in. S&P 500 still trying to push here. IWM. Trying to come in a little bit more now on the Russell. Come on down, Russell. Nvidia pushing right back for positive price action. Google still retesting its OR high. Micron is starting to look a little heavier here, like Micron is wanting to break down from this intraday head and shoulders. Bit of a bearish range formation on MU, guys. It's looking a little bit heavier here. Testing this range break potential. Let's look at SOX. Your semiconductors are starting to come in a little bit. SMH coming in. ASML. That's still holding steady. You have had Broadcom just go slightly negative on the tape. So AVGO, let's look at SMCI. SMCI starting to come in just a touch. S&P 500, a little bit of selling, still acting very well. Micron still selling off here, has turned negative. Look at this wild, oh my goodness, wearable devices. Get your big fat ass up there. This is such a weak bounce for a stock that's down 22.87%. We've basically had a sell range here of 18%, and all you can bounce is a few pennies. Come on. Give us a little bit more. All right, so IWM looking like a potential intraday bear flag wants to play out. You still have unwavering strength in your Qs and S&P that are keeping this market up. Open is up 4.5. BitF up 8.97. Tesla still up 6.23. Wolf is up 21. How did that other Ethereum Treasury play do? HSDT, sorry, Solana Treasury. Actually holding pretty steady here. Interesting. Let's look at Roblox. I have to go grab some lunch. Hungry here. Roblox is just shooting to the high side. Let's look at Hood. PLTR. Palantir trying to push as well. Interesting. Google is seeing some top wick sell side pressure. Still here. Wilds is seeing some more selling. IWM trying to potentially trigger a head and shoulders. Micron still selling off. SPY getting a little heavier here. Russell trading at 239.22. Dixie's trying to make a big push here. Wilds is coming in a little bit. I'm going to be looking at grabbing some more shares a little bit lower here. $706 for me is the next buy zone on WLDS, and then that is all I'm prepared to risk on the trade. Micron is getting heavier here. Oracle's starting to see some top wick distribution. Nvidia is still trying to curl. Micron selling off a little bit more. BBAI flat. Tesla still up 6%. Google still holding. Nvidia still trying to press. S&P 500 still holding quite firm. Nvidia press a little bit more now. Grab is still up 2%. Snapchat up 3. Intel up 3.8. Open is still at 4.96. Oracle still 3.3. Nvidia going back to the positive side here. Big ripper on Nvidia. IWM catching some more liquidity. S&P still above 660 like a rock star. Google starting to curl down. Meta off of its highs, but up 1.67. Tesla starting to curl down. Apple still up 1%. Microsoft up 0.52. Nvidia trying to hold positive, but basically flat on the tape. IWM still lagging the market. QQQ leading. SPY middling. Some little bit of sell side pressure hitting nuclear stocks. Uranium is still up 3% on the tape. A little bit of sell side pressure hitting your S&P 500. Not much though, not much. Google getting rejected in the near term off of its OR high. Come on, WLDS. Give us a bounce. Give us a bounce. S&P 500 getting a little heavier here. Can they trigger this head and shoulders on SPY? Will they give us any sort of liquidation here? And then chop us around in a tight range tomorrow. Figure FIG are still 18.9%. Damn, what a regret selling that. Each time Nvidia tries to go positive, it just keeps getting sold into. Open is trying to grind a little bit higher here. Soundhound up 2.8. SoFi still doing well. That's up 3.67. Micron trying to defend that head and shoulders neckline. BABA still trying to curl slightly to the upside. We're approaching 1230 here, so again, volume trends are a little bit lighter. Tough for the market to get any sort of a dip on this volume, but we are extended. Small bounce on wilds here. WLDS trying to firm up, down sharply on the session today. It's done a full-on nasty gap down from Friday. Monday it bounced, was up nicely, and then just got absolutely filthily sold into here. Nasty print. You've basically had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutive hours of selling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consecutive 20-minute down candles. Let's see if they can bounce it up a little bit. Russell and Spire still trying to press. Open is still trying to press. Google coming in a little bit. Bob is still up a couple percent. Just give me a sec, guys. Be right back. Seeing a little bit of weakness creeping into the S&P, still above our opening range high, but potentially triggering that bit of a head and shoulders formation, so it needs to be monitored closely. You have Google seeing a little bit of distribution here, so Google's coming in quite nicely. Nvidia's got a really big top wick forming. Still no bounce in wilds. IWM hanging on by a thread. Open is pushed back up 6%. Copper stocks are still doing well. Name like SCCO continues to show its defiance, guys. And look at SCCO trying to break out today. I gotta take a picture of this actually. Let me put it on my other screen. I'll post in the chat. It's a picture-worthy breakout. That is a picture-worthy breakout on SCCO. APK, PTRN, IPO. Let's look at pattern here. PTRN. Is that hasn't, yeah, that hasn't started yet, but is that tomorrow or Wednesday? September 17th, PTRN? Yeah, or September 19th, pattern group. Okay. Yeah, September 19th. APK is looking at CFLT. All right, guys, I just took a final fill on WLDS here. Final fill on WLDS. Common shares long. Let's look at CFLT. You took calls. Yeah, it's a pretty strong chart. It's kind of trading with the market, right? Above its OR high, up 3.46% on the session. Not looking too bad at all. Daily chart grinding higher. Got some higher lows. So yeah, pretty strong across all your time frames. Not a bad chart. Looking like it can keep pushing. Obviously, as long as the market remains firm, the stock should keep pushing up. So it's looking pretty good. But CFLT looks like it can keep pushing. Nice find there. It's looking pretty good. Oof, they are absolutely wrecking me on WLDS. Huge dump to the downside. That is nasty. That's a really big drop. That could be the liquidity candle low. We'll see if it closes below this area. 5-10 minutes. That was a nasty drop for WLDS. S&P 500 still just teetering right on that little neckline. It's coming in now just a little bit more. Nvidia is seeing some selling, Open seeing some selling. The dollar is trying to firm up just a little bit more. SPY getting a little bit heavier here. So now you're seeing the IWM trading a little bit stronger than S&P. Look at that wick up back on WLDS. Crazy. All right, the S&P is coming in just a touch more. Still living to fight another day on WLDS, but super duper weak. Your S&P 500 is trickling down, potentially triggering that head and shoulders pattern. S&P 500 is getting heavier here. Starting to come in a little bit faster now. You have triggered a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern on SPY. Wilds is still going through some distribution. WLDS looking heavy here. Just cannot firm up. Hiking through that 15-minute EMA. Pretty big level. So the S&P is trying to move a little bit lower here. Still holding WLDS on the long side. Nice decline on the S&P. So technically Wilds has hit my stop loss, but I'm still giving it a little bit of time maybe to get a small dead cat bounce here. But technically it has hit my stop, but let's see if it can firm up here. We'll just lower that a little bit. Super weak. Trying to pick a bottom here as certain stocks have broken down here a little bit. You see the S&P triggering that little mini head and shoulders, which takes us down to that opening range low, 659.48. Nvidia is still curling down. S&P a little bit weaker. IWM is holding steady, still above that 239.40 level. Google curling down. Tesla still at 5.3, but off of the highs. Open is curling slightly down. Potentially a little bit of a head and shoulders on the 15-minute chart of open. Has not triggered yet. Oracle has softened up a little bit. Micron continuing to sell. Alright, so pretty decent bounce in your S&P 500. Nvidia is curling down, dollar softening. You bought more wilds at 675. Nice. My average right now is sitting at 722. Not looking really to get any more, but very oversold intraday. I thought it briefly got halted there for a second, but I still think this stock can have a decent bounce. If we were to get a retrace of this entire gap down move, we could see the stock back above 735 off of minimum retrace. Let's see what. Pretty decent bounce occurring in WLDS. S&P 500 retesting that OR high. IWM trying to firm up. Open is still looking pretty weak. Getting some heavy sell side pressure, guys. Nvidia seeing some distribution. Tesla seeing some distribution. Meta still up 1.46. Google up 3.4. Apple up 0.89. That's been faded off of the highs. Microsoft up 0.4. Amazon up 1.5. So you're seeing a little bit of distribution hitting the cues. IWM now seeing some distribution. SPY continuing to see some sell side. Look at this open chart, guys. It's looking quite interesting. If this little head and shoulders were to trigger, you could argue to say this is your little neckline. Kind of have two neckline zones. But it's looking like it's going through a bit of choppy price action. The Russell's just been quietly grinding, forming a little bit of a bearish wedge formation. Looks like it could also break down slightly. All right, WLDS, come on, firm up a little bit. Get me to TP1 so I can take some profits. Come on. Come on, WLDS. Take us. Pump us. Pump us higher. Nice little potential hourly bottoming candle trying to form here. Come on. 15 minutes left in this hourly candle for wilds, but you do have the S&P starting to potentially trigger the next move down here. So SPY is under a little bit of pressure. Intel has been faded. Nvidia getting faded again. Open is still holding up 5.4. Tesla up 5.5. Google's looking like a bit of a bearish flag pattern on your 10-minute chart. S&P continuing to break down. Your Russell 2000 continuing to break down. Come on. WLDS, come on. Pump it, pump it, pump it. S&P 500 giving us a little bit of a lower low. Russell's now trying to trigger that bit of a 5-10 minute head and shoulders pattern. Could take us back down to PDL, which is at 238.20. Market is still has quite a bit of strong. What's this LRE? I'm seeing some volume coming into LRE. Interesting. LRE is Lead Real Estate Company. Not too familiar with that name, but it is seen. It's creeping its way onto the high volume list. Quite interesting. All right, Nvidia getting sold into a little bit more. Come on, Wilds, what are you doing here? Just gonna take a quick phone call here, guys. The phone call can wait because we are getting a little bit top heavy here in the major indices, so that can wait. Trading first, phone call second, because we have open positions that we need to manage here. Russell and SPY. Russell's getting much heavier now. S&P getting much heavier, guys. Here we go. Come on. IWM. Yeah, Wilds is trying to make a little bit of recovery. I want to see it try to put in an hourly chart bottoming tail. You can see it's back testing on its larger time frame here. That 618 Fibonacci zone. S&P 500 getting heavy. Come on down, S&P. Keep selling it. Russell's dropping like a rock right now. IWM getting heavier. Come on. IWM seeing some pretty decent sell side pressure at the moment. Google still acting quite well. Nvidia curling down. Getting a little bit more distribution in certain names. Come on, WLDS. SPY is still seeing heavier price action. All right, your IWM, guys, is also starting to fall quite precipitously here. Take a look at that Russell. Starting to melt lower. Nice decline on the Russell. Still got wilds on my other screen. S&P 500 continuing to decline. Come on. Whoops, sorry, that's not the alert that I wanted to send. Beautiful drop in the S&P and the Russell, guys. Really stunning drops. WLDS is still trying to firm up here. Got on my other screen. You got Nvidia breaking down. Google still holding. Tesla coming in just a little bit. S&P 500 coming in. Nice decline in this market, guys. IWM puts are starting to wake up here. So there's a little bit of support here on SPY. The support you can see on the S&P is backtesting this previous trend line, but it's minor support. It's not major. It's minor. Yep. WLDS is trying to firm up as the market is selling here. A little bit of an inversely correlated stock in the near term. Come on, S&P. Retest that 5-minute EMA. Take us to TP. Take us to TP. Come on, a little bit more. A little bit more. Taking a look at Wilds, it's starting to catch a little bit of a bid here. Come on, baby. Keep pushing. Beautiful. Beautiful little decline, guys, in the S&P. Beautiful decline. Russell's starting to come in as well. Wilds is holding steady. Come on down, IWM. Come on down. Again, members, I'm looking at trimming my some of my SPY puts around this opening range low. Russell 239 puts are now in the money as well. We've been patient with these. Beautiful little decline. Come on. A little bit more. A little bit more. Come on, IWM. Keep pressing. Wilds is still trying to push. We got open curling down. Nvidia curling down. Google has barely budged. Tesla seeing still up 5%. Still go lower, but market's getting oversold on your intraday 1-minute chart. A little bit of a bounce occurring. Look at WLDS trying to firm up as well with the market. Come on. Get a big punch through. IWM still looking pretty heavy. It has triggered that little head and shoulders formation. Wilds is trying to make a move here. Big bounce in the S&P and the Russell. Nvidia trying to stabilize. Microsoft gave up quite a bit there. Apple gave up a little bit. Meta's still up 1.35. Google still up 3.5. Nvidia down 0.25. Amazon gave up quite a bit of gains there. Still up 1.37. Your Russell 2000 has triggered a bit of a bearish formation here, guys. The IWM. SPY almost completed its measured move down from this head and shoulders, but you can see the IWM has triggered quite a bigger head and shoulders formation intraday. We'll see how long it wants to chop us around for, or if they just want to rip the band-aid off. But this little head and shoulders pattern takes us down to your PDL, prior day low, slightly through that actually, which sweeps this bullish liquidity reversal zone. So we will see if they want to take us there. Big bounce on your S&P 500. Really big bounce, actually. Come on, WLDS. Push it. Push it. You are seeing again, open is on the near-term precipice of triggering that aggressive first head and shoulders. The better balanced head and shoulders is this lower boundary neckline, so it's still trying to hang in there. Lululemon trying to firm up, but off of the highs. Whoa. Just ate some almonds. Almost choked on my almonds there. Nvidia is still struggling just a little bit on the session. This WDC is just an absolute beast, but it's starting to come in. Micron again, a leader, has gone negative on the tape. Let's look at AMD, that's going negative. IWM continuing to trickle down here. See if the S&P 500 wants to go lower. Wilds is still trying to make a move. Oh, I was trying to take a phone call. Market giving us some extra volatility. IWM melting a little bit lower here, going for another low of day retest on the Russell. Take us downtown, Russell. Take us downtown. Take a look at this Russell. Melting, guys. Absolutely getting filthy with it. Get jiggy with it. WLDS still trying to hold 713. IWM going for a new low of day. Come on. Drip it. Big bounce trying to firm up in the Russell. Take a look at Wilds. Wilds is still trying to firm up here, potentially trying to put in an hourly bottoming tail, which is a near-term reversal signal. 2 minutes and 26 seconds left in the candle for Wilds, and we are trying to see a bit of a move here. IWM still looking weak, but holding on to 10-minute chart support. It's still near the lows of the session. Whoops. SPY starting to print now. S&P melting, guys. S&P melting. IWM looks like it wants new lows. BABA curling in. Google still holding steady. Tesla holding steady. Your mega cap tech is still showing pretty fierce strength here. Your bigger IWM support level lies on this 15-minute EMA. You can see we're hitting the 10-minute EMA and trying to hold steady right now. Wilds is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Backtesting 704. Your US dollar index really isn't moving too much. Still chopping around at 97.30. Nat gas is still pushing up 2.12%. Crude oil trying to make a little bit of a push here. So crude is acting quite well. Let's look at this XNG USD chart. Maybe a short trade coming up into the picture. Maybe. It's aggressive. WLDS still trying to form. Didn't form that bottoming tail, unfortunately, on WLDS, but we'll see how it wants to shape up here. Still watching it. So SPY's trying to retest this previous little trend line. Came very close to fulfilling its bearish target price. Google, I still think we can come a little bit lower. Google now starting to see a little bit of minor selling. Putting in again a 10-minute potential bear flag. Tesla still at 5.4. Eli Lilly really taking it on the chin today. Let's look at some of these other movers here. CoreWeave. CoreWeave still holding pretty decent structure. Marvell is coming in. Let's look at CFLT again. I know APK was watching that. That one's come in. So again, it was trading with the markets. So S&P coming in, CFLT coming in. Kind of a market trader there. Open continuing to trickle down here. Again, triggering potentially that 15-minute head and shoulders on open. You take a look at this open chart. Open's definitely struggling here. Trying to hold 5-minute chart support. S&P 500 trying to bounce. Google now seeing some selling. Apple also looking real heavy here, guys. Look at them dump Apple. AAPL coming in hot. Right back to its OR low. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Amazon, they're still trying to sell Amazon a little bit. Tesla, they're still keeping that one. Meta's still trying to bounce. JP Morgan still just chopping around, holding steady. Big C still curling in. Microsoft's also looking heavy here, guys. So Microsoft, Apple looking pretty heavy. Nvidia's trying to hold steady. Microsoft just hanging right onto that OR high. We'll see if it can come in a little bit. Big bounce on the Russell 2000. Extraordinary bounce. WLDS still trying to hold steady and firm up here. Google coming in. Take my phone call now. All right, guys, so an epic bounce in the S&P 500, still maintaining a bit of a higher low structure here. Potential lower highs, still never fulfilled the downside move, but came very close to doing it. Right now, you're at a really strong backtest of your opening range high. Technically a short zone on SPY. If you were to get a close above that, then you would look to exit out of that short. Wilds has had a really nice bounce here. WLDS looking to build a little bit more positive price action. But we'll see what shapes up here. So we are seeing open continuously trickling down, still off of the lows, but coming in hot. Your S&P 500 has still bounced quite sharply here. Wilds is still trying to make a little move higher. I still think we can push to about 750 plus on Wilds. Look at the miraculous bounce on the S&P 500. Here you also have the Russell back testing your previous little breakdown neckline. So you have kind of two areas here. You have that little bit of a liquidity sweep pivot high going all the way back to beginning of September. Plus you have that upsloping trend line. It's a pretty big area for the Russell. A little bit of a confluence zone, two major trend lines meeting. We'll see if it can reject the IWM or if it can push through this vicinity. Apple is still trying to make a little bit of a move higher. Clouds is still trying to form a little bit of a base here. Your S&P 500 is just a beast with mega cap tech langs still pumping to the high side. So guys, we've seen another officer inside WBD looking for a fully exit of their shares. Director Gunnar Weidenfels is selling 530,000 shares, proceeds 10.35 million. That's a proposed sale at $10.50 for WBD. Sorry, $19.50. So on WBD. So that's a pretty big proposed sale for WBD. See what else. It's likely going to go through. A little bit more selling in Walmart today, but that's really minuscule amount of money. Uh, Chief Executive Officer, that's not worth mentioning. That's pretty small for Yum. Nvidia's pumping up. That's about $1 million sell there. Not too much. Bit of a buy for ticker calc, CALC. Let's look at CALC. There's an insider buy, the chief business officer buying 5,000 shares. It's really minuscule amount of money, not that much money, but a little bit of an insider buy. Interesting. And that's today at a price of 312. So we've absolutely knifed through that. Interesting. Let's keep seeing what else here. That's a sell there. A sell in VST. Proposed sale, 21,000 shares, 4.4 million shares by an officer. So a little bit of insider selling in ticker VST. Obviously, it's at the highs of the chart. Just want to be mindful of that. Insider James Burke, which is an officer, selling at 209.80. Again, that's a proposed sale. 4.48 million net proceeds, 21,000 shares. A proposed sale by an officer selling HIMS, HIMS. HIMS is looking for net proceeds of 232K, 4,150 shares. The officer is liquidating all of his shares. Interesting. Let's see, anything else worth mentioning? Quite a bit of proposed sales in ticker YUM, YUM, guys. That's seeing quite a bit of insider selling. Quite interesting. Let's flip back to SPY here since we are still seeing some heavy distribution. Google fat candle to the upside. Tesla curling down. Tesla's getting absolutely bludgeoned here, coming in from the highs quite sharply. Look at that distribution candle down on Tessie. Tessie coming in. Look at that move down on Tesla. Nasty. XLF not participating today. RSP negative. Thank you. Beautiful observations. Yep, you got that right. RSP down to the lows. So yeah, there's certain sectors that are not participating. Financial is one of them. Healthcare another one. I think staples are also weak. So yeah, you do have a lot of selling underneath the hood of this market. It's really been propped up by your mega cap tech. Let's see, is there any other insider? Proposed sale for Chewy. Officers looking to sell all of his shares at a price target of $34.69, 46,765 shares, proceeds 1.62 million. So proposed selling in Chewy. Chewy. Hot Chewy. IWM getting really heavy here. We got some selling in Dell. That's pretty small though. AL, a little bit of selling in Broadcom. Too many traps? Yeah, there are a lot of traps. A lot of traps. SPY coming in, IWM coming in. Look at that hard candle down on IWM, guys. Huge, nasty down candle. Open is still seeing a nasty little potential triggering. So Open's triggered this first bearish pattern. Now it's looking to trigger that second bearish. Again, your downside targets kind of take you sub $8 just based off of these head and shoulders alone. We have the symmetry move, which would replicate this sell side range, takes us to 850-ish. But the symmetry range, which is a 16% rally that we saw at the open, if we were to fall 16%, that takes you down to about 760 on open. Let's see what else. So a little bit of insider selling, proposed sale. There's a lot of proposed sales inside companies today. Let's see what else is starting to go through. Proposed sale in ticker rent. Quite a few buys. There's been some big buys. Wow, CGON. That was on September 11th. CGON. What the heck happened? So there was a big buy on CGON at a price target of $33. The director accumulated 1.5 million shares. Proceeds were about just shy of 50 million. So big insider buy at a price target of 33 bucks for this ticker CGON. Not really familiar with the company, but a massive insider accumulation. That's really, really big. Huge. You also had the president. Okay, that's pretty small. I'm not going to mention that. That's a little bit of a buy. That's pretty small. That's pretty small. That's pretty small. Proposed sale. That's another sale. MTDR. That's pretty small in retrospect. Obviously, Elon Musk's proposed buy went through. So Elon Musk bought 2.568 million shares, totaling 999,959 million. Sorry, 999,959,042 cents. Price target was 389.28. Really, in the grand scheme of things, guys, Elon Musk buying $1 billion worth of stock. He bought about 2.5 million shares. He still has 413. So, I mean, before that, he had about 411. It's really nothing. You know, you're talking about less than 1% there. I mean, look at this Russell coming in. Russell 2000 getting pretty heavy here. Pretty heavy. We should see new lows on the IWM considering that part of rejection right off of that previous high pivot zone. Back tested your neckline where you broke down. That IWM looks in trouble, guys. S&P 500 also hanging on to this really steep upsloping trend line. Looking like it's also going to come into the lows of the session. IWM looking for 239 here. Wilds is still acting a little bit weaker here. So again, even though Elon Musk bought Tesla and it's creating a lot of hype, it's really was a small amount of stock in relative to what he holds. Tiny amount, you know, less than 1%. So don't get too hyped up too quickly. You always want to look in relative, right? So nothing else other than some proposed sells in YUM, ticker YUM, and VST's got some big insider selling. And Chewy, there's quite a few proposed sales in Chewy. But that's pretty much it to start the week. And HIMS, the director, an officer of HIMS is looking to sell. So we'll see if that translates into anything. Alright, so SPY still hanging in there. Russell 2000 is looking much heavier than the S&P 500. Considering we've hit this 10-minute EMA once already and had a phenomenal bounce, I don't expect the bounce to be as strong as it was off of that initial level. I'll have to watch it very closely. Google still acting very, very well. Tesla obviously getting extremely heavy. So Tesla has broken that opening range low now into really no support. There's no support here. So when there's no support, it makes it tough for a stock to maintain its price structure, and it'll seek its next support level, which is all the way back down to its gap fill. All right. I mean, really, if you want to look back to a support level, you have to go all the way back to this little area. But remember, this is a big sell area. So this is where Tesla had a breakdown, an attempt at bouncing, huge wick, red bar down. Look at this gap down zone from this gap fill all the way to 390. I mean, we could see a potential, we could see Tesla back to 400 today if things got really nasty in S&P 500 land. Right now, that's still trying to hold some structure. Sitting right on a couple confluence trend lines. But again, somewhat weak. And there will be a lot of people trying to froth at the mouth to buy Tesla, kind of following Elon Musk, but it wasn't that big of a purchase. What's is going on here? Uh, you do have some more weakness creeping in to the market here, guys. More weakness. Tesla selling off. IWM looking like it wants to go back down. Google seeing some top wicks. Here comes SPY. SPY is getting heavier here. Same thing with Tessie. Tessie's getting pretty heavy. IWM's just hanging on by a thread here. Just hanging on by a thread. WLDS still trying to hold on to this area and firming up as the market is starting to look a little bit heavier here. Tesla back under 410. So Tessie is really coming in here. Wow. Nasty. There's going to be a little bit of support on Tesla around 406 and change, like 4620, but looking pretty heavy here for Tesla. Not looking too good. Open still up 3.86. Snapchat's been faded. Big Bear Eye's been faded. Meta's still hanging in there. Nvidia's still slightly negative. But So S&P is being defended here. Defending price action. We're seeing a little bit of a decline here in the S&P 500 going for another new low of day. Things are getting pretty heavy here. So seeing some declines across the board. Google, Apple breaking down, Tesla obviously under a little bit of pressure. You now have Nvidia curling down. Alibaba's starting to wane here, give up some price action. What else we got shaking and moving? IWM holding steady. SPY is now the worst performing indice. Tesla's given up the majority of its gains on the session. Pretty big declines hitting the tape. Again, Apple and Google are looking heavy here. Apple, Microsoft giving up some gains. Nvidia back to the negative side. S&P 500 just made a new low, and now we're into that gap window. So we are seeing a bit of decline. Could we be going through a decline like we did late in the session on Friday? Notice how the decline really started around 250 here off of this wick, and then you saw a nice from say 3 o'clock all the way down to call it 340, then a bounce, then more sell side pressure. So could be replicating that very similar move that we saw late in the session on Friday. We will see if it wants to break down a little bit more. Still defending opening range low, but we did wick and make a new low, which does swing the probabilities in favor of a little bit more downside in this tape. Again, Apple's still looking pretty heavy. Crude oil, nat gas is absolutely ripping here, guys. Up on the session quite nicely for natty. Natty gas. Looking at the relative strength in the market today, RSP obviously down 0.14%, while SPY is up 0.32%. You have the IWM, which has just been chopping in this very tight range. It's coiled to make a pretty big move. QQQ still remaining firm, but coming in just a little bit. Your SOXX semiconductors are still remaining extremely elevated on the overall charts. Googly. Google is Googling down here, potentially triggering a bit of a bearish flag pattern here. Down move, inside bearish consolidation. Looks like it wants to trigger. If we get a move of similar nature, which look like a sell side program, then we should see Google down at 245.77 at minimum. But yeah, Tesla getting a nice bounce right now. So you can see you're trying to find structure on the 5-minute EMA, 10-minute EMA 113 on SPY. So SPY is holding a little bit of support here. Google still getting a little top heavy. All right, guys. So obviously the markets have just been chopping around here. Not really much movement in the main indices. Still have the S&P and IWM kind of neck and neck. Qs are still leading the charge. Nvidia's been trading around that negative side all day, but it has rebounded off the lows. Apple has sold off the highs. Tesla has sold off the highs. Google has remained firm near the highs of the session. Microsoft and Amazon have been fairly decent on the trading session. Meta had that big spike initially in the morning and got sold off, but still up 1% on the overall tape. Nevertheless, again, just chopping around here. I think tomorrow is also going to be another chop day ahead of FOMC on Wednesday. That will be the bigger market move. We'll certainly see if it becomes a buy the rumor, sell the news. If you look at the broad market as a whole, S&P relative to RSP, RSP is down. What is it telling us? That's telling us that majority of the sectors have seen distribution underneath the tape of this hood. It's been an absolute chop, 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 chop fest. A lot of good looking charts, there's a lot of overbought charts, there's a lot of oversold charts, so there's a lot of charts that are just middling, but again, FOMC will give us a bigger directional move in the indices. Looking at the Qs, we are just continuing to rip here to the upside, day after day, grinding higher and higher, getting a little bit more extended on your daily and weekly time frames. All right, guys, so a really solid pump into the end of the session. S&P just out of nowhere, boom. Pretty much closing near the highs of the tape. Nevertheless, again, the RSP market, let's just see how that closed, but a very solid pump there. RSP closed slightly negative. Your S&P did close up on the session. QQQ still led the charge to the upside. Nvidia just closed barely negative, but we will do this all again tomorrow in the live trading room. And again, tomorrow I'm not expecting too much movement in the S&P. I think we could see a little bit more chop. Maybe they push us up again and then sell us back into a little bit of a chop range. But ahead of FOMC, you likely should see some de-risking. But obviously, people are a little bit overzealous chasing these interest rate cuts. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for the support. And we will see you all tomorrow, guys.